Okay. Morning. Hello. Hello, please. Good morning, good morning. It's a nice Saturday morning, perfect for game dev. No work today. Happy day. Saturdays are good days. Saturday mornings especially. I don't watch cartoons in the morning anymore like I did when I was a kid. I do game dev. And I'm happy about that. Okay. Am I good? Am I looking good? Writer is ready to use. Excellent. Excellent. Yes, good. Good. Okay, so last time I was streaming, I was talking through, I didn't really get much work done, but that's okay. I was just talking through some of the Colony Sim colonist task stuff, making some decisions there, some game design decisions. And I had to work on figuring out how to get information to and from the PCG instance static mesh spawners so that colonists can find stuff out in the world, because I have PCG graphs are essentially going to populate the world, and when I have a colonist whose task is set to something like forage, he needs to be able to find things to forage. And so what I decided was, I think I'm going to just use the component tags field on the static mesh spawner, and then I'm just going to manually convert, not manually, but like write a little function to convert between string and the enums that I have, which are where again? Resource types. Here we go. Let me actually comment these a little bit. Item resource type. The type of resource that an item can provide. Whereas like the gather type is more so like what type of gathering can be done to get an item. Then tool type is like the type of tool that can be used to gather an item. Okay, and I probably need to rebuild that since those are header file changes. Unreal Engine is taking quite a bit to sync here. And in between my last stream and today, I believe that's called yesterday, I was working on fixing a memory leak, actually, because I have been noticing that after I'm done game deving for a while, and I don't restart my PC every day, so sometimes this will be like after days of game dev, I noticed that I'll like close everything on my PC, and I'll be sitting at like anywhere from 30 to 50% RAM usage, and I have 64 gigs of RAM, and like the highest thing on my task manager is like a gig of RAM, so it's like, what the hell, where is all my RAM going? So I did a lot of memory level profiling, and I think I found a few sources of memory leaks, one of which was a lambda function that never got cleaned up, and that was being passed into I was like creating a lambda from a member function, which was kind of weird. I don't know why I was doing it that way. I think I just like found something that worked and did it. But then I was passing that into the state tree context, and then that's the context I would use to tick the state tree and stuff. So yeah, I got rid of that. Did that better. Now there's no more lingering lambda functions. And then another one, and I don't know if they weren't getting cleaned up or not, but there is the cost gameplay effect. Is what some of the code changes I have here are about. In this get cost gameplay effect, this is an overridden version of the function on the AC, or on the, not the AC, on the ability. And I was creating a new object every time this got called. And I think usually what you do here is you have an effect for cooldowns, like for each cooldown that you have. I didn't want to do that because my cooldowns are pretty straightforward. Like, it's just a straight floating point number. Like, there's no nuance to most of them. So I didn't want to create an asset for each one of those. So I was just spawning like a new gameplay effect here and then doing this stuff to it. But in doing so, when I was profiling the memory, like, the number of view objects was just like a steady incline throughout the life of the session. And when I categorized that and dug deeper, I found that it was the gameplay effect. So now there's just one that gets created up here, just create default object. And then when you get the gameplay effect, if the modifiers are empty and there is a resource cost, then I set it up. So it kind of gets initialized here, you could say. But so what that meant is, like, every time I would check cost, or like if I could can activate ability, that kind of stuff, that would always spawn a new gameplay effect, and I was doing that every frame during combat. So there was a lot there. So I think those were my main issues. Let me actually commit this now. I'll say fix gameplay effects getting created every time get cost gameplay effect is called iOS called. No longer need that memory link video. Thank you very much. Reddit post that helped me find that. Okay. Now let's get back to doing the colony task stuff. Let's pop into the forest PCG graph. Okay, so like in here, it's actually... I don't know if this one's actually working, because I don't see any mushrooms spawn on this graph, and maybe I should hierarchy test. What am I doing here? Random scaling, random rotate. On stairs. I forget why I needed to do the gather there. Spawn mushrooms there. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if I should just do like subgraph here and then pop in the forest PCG graph to spawn things in this world. number. Too many points. Okay. Still too many points. Okay, I mean, do I need points passed in here? I forget what I do here. So it's just a bounding shape. And if I don't do anything, does it even get called? Probably not. Nothing. Okay. The input is just the spatial data. We call points outside and we use it as bounding shape in the surface sampler. So theoretically, what grid size am I running this at? I'm not using hierarchical generation. Is it partitioned though? Forget how I set this one up. Generate on load. It is partitioned. Grid size is determined by the PCG pull actor unless the graph has hierarchical generation enabled, in which case grid sizes are determined by the graph. Maybe I should turn the hierarchical generation on. Too many points. You're not going to tell me how many points you got? No, you won't. Oh, it's fine now. Oh, you can save data to a PCG data asset. Interesting. I never kn- this is a new button. I wonder if I should be doing that with my serialized data. If I should serialize them as data assets. Interesting. Okay, something to think about. Something to think about. Okay. Ain't no data happening in this graph though. Uh-oh. Things are happening now. That's to generate on load. So do I actually need to play the game? Uh-oh. Is not spawned. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of entries happening there. A lot of points happening there as well. None happening here. Bounding shape has a ton. surface. Is my world hit ray query just not... oh, it's collision channel terrain. Oh my god, Unreal Engine's running really slow. Okay, so landscape, can I change your collision settings? Custom terrain. I prefer navigation to not have to rebuild every time I change something. Things are happening. There we go. There's our data. There's our data. Okay, still nothing has spawned. I'm looking for trees to spawn here. Where are my trees at? Okay. Inputs. We have data. Attribute filter position Z greater than 0. Okay. Okay, so I just need to, I think I need to adjust the terrain up ever so slightly. Actually, your location is 100. Hang on, let's, dare I debug? Dare I debug these, 16,000 points here. Oh lord, it's running. Nothing. This cell volume does not need to be nearly that high. There we go. God, it's so laggy. Like PCG wants to run every time I change something. Can I turn that off? Pause regen. Oh my god. And then navigation wants to rebuild as well. Well, it's still executing PCG. Why is that? Why is that? Because I thought it was only set to generate on load. Editing mode normal. Where generation changes, dirty the components, resources. Preview, loaders preview. I don't know if I want to change that. I don't know. What does serialized editing mode mean? No tooltip on that one. Nice. Generate PCG volume in editor. Can I know what that does, please? By the way, how does my audio sound? No tooltip on that one. Nice. Generate PCG volume in editor. Can I know what that does, please? Am I quiet? My audio sound. I feel like I may be a little quiet. Nice. Am I quiet? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, how about this? Is this any better? Am I quiet? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, how about this? Is this any better? God, I hate messing with audio. Am I quiet? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Hate it. Okay. Louder? I mean, if I turn this up, it's not really actually getting any louder in OBS. Okay, how about this? Which is interesting. Okay, hang on. God, I hate messing with audio. Am I quiet? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Hate it. That sounded worse. Okay. Louder? I mean, if I turn this up, it's not really that sounds awful. Louder in OBS. Okay, how about this? Which is interesting. Okay, hang on. God, I hate messing with audio. What can I do about this? Hate it. Noise suppression? Is that what I should change? That sounded worse. Okay. Louder? I mean, if I turn this up, it's not that sounds awful. Louder in OBS. Okay, how about this? Which is interesting. Okay, hang on. God, I hate messing with audio. What can I do about this? If I turn noise suppression up, does that change? What is changing here when I do this? I know absolutely nothing about audio. Which is interesting. Okay, hang on. God, I hate messing with audio. What can I do about this? If I turn noise suppression up, does that change? What is changing here when I do this? I know absolutely nothing about audio. Which is interesting. Okay, hang on. I know absolutely nothing about audio. Limiter? Compressor. I know absolutely nothing about audio. Noise gate? Compressor. Noise gate? Compressor. Noise gate? Compressor. Yeah, it doesn't sound great. Noise gate? Compressor. Yeah, it doesn't sound great. Yeah, it doesn't sound great. This is my monitor. This is turned all the way up, which I think is just the mic itself. This is my monitor. Output volume. This is turned all the way up, which I think is just. If I turn that up, what happens? This is my monitor. Output volume. This is turned all the way up, which I think is just. If I turn that up, what happens? This is my monitor. Output volume. This is turned all the way up, which I think is just. If I turn that up, what happens? This is my monitor. Output volume. This is turned all the way up, which I think is just. If I turn that up, what happens? So it's so hard to realize what to change here. I mean, hopefully that made me a bit louder. Let's see here. I mean, hopefully that made me a bit louder. Let's see here. Okay. Hopefully it still doesn't show up on OBS as any louder, so I feel like this may be an OBS thing that I need to change. Okay. It still doesn't show up on OBS as any louder, so I feel like this may be an OBS thing that I need to change. Oh, I should have spent more time on this morning. I wasn't actually listening to it, like I barely, like, the music tab I have open is YouTube, and I have the volume at halfway. Oh, I should have spent more time on this morning. I wasn't actually listening to it, but this is like full volume on my channel tab. I feel like I need to be louder. See, maybe I'll wait for someone to get in here so I can see what they think. I need a second pair of ears here. Anyways, back to game deving. music is kind of loud. Okay, so at least my voice is louder than the music. Stream, however, maybe quite quiet. I'm gonna text my girlfriend and see if she thinks my audio is quiet. Okay, let's continue with the PCG graph here. So nothing is running. We're doing a attribute filter on the position Z. It needs to be greater than 0. Dare I debug draw that? Is that going to do? Okay, now I have points. Wonderful. Where'd they go? Okay, I only have points on half of it, which I suppose is fine. Yeah, that's fine. But I guess it's like the music is louder than me. Yeah. Okay. How do we fix this? I mean, I can just turn my mic volume to like 500%. Like, is this... That should do something, but I don't know if I'm gonna like max out. Seems okay. Let me open up my own stream here and listen. Like maxed out. Seems okay. It seems better. Let me open up my own stream. YouTube, hello. That should do something, but I don't know if I'm gonna like maxed out. I feel like I should. Seems okay. The volume seems a little. Let me open up my own stream here and listen. Like maxed out. But I guess turn it down a bit. Okay. The music is louder than me. Yeah. Okay. Maybe not 500%. Let's go like 50. Do 350%. But I guess turn it down a bit. Okay. The music is louder than me. Yeah. Okay. Maybe not 500%. Let's go like 50. Do 350%. Okay. I mean, I think that's better. I think that should be maybe possibly for sure better. Okay, we will continue with these settings. Yep, good. Okay, I got the all clear. Music back on. Okay, I've got to find the right volume for the music here now. It's fading out. Oh, thanks for the subscription. Thank you. 8 months. Wow. How time flies. Okay, music may be a touch loud. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, I think that probably looks good. Figure out why these points are not pointing. The landscape streaming proxy location. It is at a Z of 100. So why, let me look at the point data here. Input point data, let me see. Yeah, position.z is 0 for all of them, okay. Now, is that relative location? That might be relative location, and that's why. I want this to work for both. So for both my like real terrain and this one. What can I do about that? What can I do about that? Oh, I have like 2,000 things to save. Jesus. Okay, no thank you. No thank you. I mean, I could just disable that filter for now. I really wish this didn't take so long to run. Well, now it's still, even though it's disabled, maybe I need to force regen. Holy shit, I can't click anywhere without it being like frozen. There we go, we have points. There we go. Do I have a post-process volume? I don't think I do. Turn the music slightly down. Music is slightly down. And audio stuff is so hard to get right here. Turn the music slightly down. Music is slightly down. Okay. How does this sound in relation to my voice? Hello, testing 1 2 3. Turn the music slightly down. Music is slightly down. I'm listening. I'm listening. Okay. How does this sound in relation to my voice? Hello, testing 1 2 3. And the music slightly. I think that sounds okay. That sounds fine. Perfect. Okay, sweet. Thank you, babe. Okay, we are in a forest with a bunch of stairs. Okay. Good to be good. Be good now. Okay, so I want to make sure that the mushrooms from here are working, so let's turn off Sample terrain and stairs for the points, and that's just for mushrooms, okay. If I wanted to spawn the mushrooms on top of the stairs. Okay, stuff around trees. Seems like I should be spawning things around the trees. Yeah, I should be. They're ferns? Am I seeing like ferns and stuff? They are not on the ground, they are under the ground. That's... At least the rocks are. Hello, please. Dude, oh my god, I hate working with PCG stuff because it is so slow. Yeah, the stuff around the trees is not projected back onto the terrain. I'm not seeing any ferns. There's a fern, okay. Let's project that back onto the terrain. You see what I'm doing here. I'm duplicating the points. Duplicating them. What am I doing here? We're just offsetting random. Duplicate, random offsets. Noise density filter, that's it's a random filter, basically. Not tree. And what am I doing here? Z, we're settling them down 5 and scaling them. Why are we doing that? Get rid of that. Yeah, that didn't do anything. Now, I think this is because the trees... We move them down. Okay, so I think I probably need to do this. Let's just call this like random rotate. Distance. I should maybe do this last, actually. Can I do this last? Attribute filter. Yeah, let's do this last. Oh, I am doing a bit of offsetting here. That's why I'm doing like the distance. Let's just change this to random offsets. And I'm going to copy that. So we're going to do it again, essentially. Here. This will then be random rotate. Well, this will be random rotate and offset, and then this will be move root underground. So we're just going to do the -85 there. And then that way my points, when I feed them into stuff around trees, they're not... There we go. Now they're on the same level as the trees. Or rather, as the ground. Let me find a good example here. Okay, now I can't find anything. There's a rock. Okay. Maybe I should apply a material to this this landscape. Okay, yeah, it's there. It's there. Okay. Okay, so I already have source and differences. And I'm just using the duplicated points here. Wait, what am I doing here? Doing another transform here to just scale them randomly? I can probably just do that here all in one. Random offset and scale, get rid of that one. Okay, now my mushrooms are spawning. They're spawning. They're not spawning correctly. Why are they rotated like that? What am I doing here? Random offset. Is a random rotation. I believe it's the wrong rotation. Yeah, I believe that's probably the wrong rotation. There's our mushrooms. Our mushrooms are back. Now I would like for grass to not spawn like under any of this. Grass should be like the last thing that's applied. Foliage. Yeah, we're not doing that post haste at all. I am doing a difference here. On what is this? Let's do a named reroute so this looks less spaghetti. Trees. Hello. Okay. Where else are we taking this? I am doing a difference on the trees, so it's interesting that there's still foliage spawning under the trees. And then we're taking it all on output. Okay, we're outputting trees. Cool, cool, cool. And then this will be named reroute stuff around trees. Okay, now we're a little less spaghetti-fied. Get rid of that guy, we don't need that anymore. what is this? Big Plains rocks. I have that turned off. We're not putting rocks in the forest. Is that what I decided? Well, we'll create a named reroute for it anyway, just in case we want to. Big rocks. I'll call it boulders. Big, it's called a Big Plains rock, the asset, so we'll call it Big Rocks. Big rocks. Okay. Put this out of here a little bit. Okay, so the foliage does not give a shit about any of this stuff. I could even create some reroutes for the water. I don't think I'm going to do that right now, though. You're just dangling. We don't need you anymore. Our mushrooms respawn. Those are good. So essentially, I want, like, not around anything. Right? Or can I plug more than one thing into... Is it actually putting the mushrooms on the stairs? It is. Or... I got some floating mushrooms. I wonder if I should mark the stairs as terrain. Dude, I could have swore I just saw a mushroom in a tree. Am I going crazy? There's not many mushrooms, is there? I was just looking at some over here. Where'd they go? Oh boy, they're gonna be fighting for food, these entities, when I spawn them. There's some mushrooms. Interesting that the other ones were spawned on the stairs. Yeah, maybe I should use the stairs as a foliage occluder as well. Okay, but I want to see difference around trees. Let's look at this one. What's the input? We have 16k points. Input differences, we have 303 trees. Output, right. Well, we're not filtering them yet. Let me just look at the density here. On the output, density is 1. Density is literally all 1. Okay, so that like didn't help at all. Can I see some tree points, please? And then I did apply mesh bounds to scale. Well, that's stuff around trees. Oops. trees. I don't have it on the tree. Interesting. Maybe I should? There's a mushroom. I think those are leftover mushrooms. Those should have gotten cleaned up. Because I don't think there's any mushrooms that spawn anywhere that's not near a tree. Suspicious user ban evasion. Oh, okay. Okay, so now I can see that it's gonna the grass is getting cold. I would like to see the points though. Set it to X tense. Maybe I should take off the pause here. Can I please see the debug points? I would love to see them. There should be 303 points, and they should be like where the tree is. Debug points, please. I just want to see you. Okay, let's just do absolute point scale 10. Dude, why can't I see these points? They're definitely spawned. Trees, yes. Regen. Bruh, what? Okay, I need to like sanity check this. Okay, see, I have a bunch of points there. Still have points, okay. There we go. There's some points. 7.5 is a little big. Okay, there's our tree points. Then I do a distance filter between themselves. And I guess that doesn't like give you any data. So attribute filter. Still nothing. Oh, there's a big rock. Hiding underneath. Okay, I can see them now. They're just at the base of the tree. That makes sense. But like moving forward. Okay, now they show up? What? They straight up weren't before. I mean, that's fine. Oh boy, okay. What are the if I do an X tense, what is that? That's kind of big. Kind of big. Now they're kind of tiny. I think the problem is that when I apply the X tense, it's taking in the leaves as well, not just the trunk. There's scale and then there's bounds. How do I change bounds? Bounds modifier? Okay, got that question answered very easily. Thank you. Thank you. Mode scale, so I take it that means like set, intersect, include, translate. Yeah, so let's just scale them down by like 0.5. They're like glowing. That's hilarious. We may need even less than that. Yeah, height, I think we don't want the height actually. The Z. That can stay the same. There we go. Look at those trees. Look at that. Okay, we only have points on some of these. Is that like about the trunk size? Kind of hard to tell. So it could be a little smaller, so maybe like 0.2. Maybe even smaller than that. I can see a little bit of the base sticking out on some of these. The problem is, like, for some of these trees, like this one very skinny, this one not so skinny. I wish I could apply the bounds just based off of one section of the static mesh. Apply mesh bounds to points. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do that, unfortunately. Because I happen to know on these trees that there's two different sections on it. One for the leaves and one for the trunk. Call this trunk. Okay, so when we plug those in. Yeah, okay. Now we have all of our grass back. That's good. That's good. Okay. Now let's inspect the bounds from our stuff around trees. Extents. And we're applying mesh bounds to points, okay. Let's actually change this to absolute and just go like 10, just so I can see it. Okay, yeah. We have points there. Where are they at? Kind of hard to see. Maybe I should all in one ISM kind of thing. I wish I could, like, I don't want to disable the static mesh spawner. I disabled it, but it didn't actually disable because the trees are still there. Okay, sick. I just wanted to mark them as like invisible, so I can actually see stuff. Anyways, I have some points here. Change it to X10s. Ooh, very small on some of those. Look at that little itty bitty rock. Fern. Now the fern X10s. I don't want to spawn grass under a rock, but I feel like I could spawn grass under a fern and be fine. And like this one, yeah, the ferns are too big. Ferns are too big. Is there something in here I could probably use to for the bounds? I don't know. Enable density scale? Is that what that is? Enable density scaling. Interesting. I'm not seeing anything that would help me out here. Yeah, I may want to split these out to treat them differently. There's two different sets of points here. And I think I could probably... Well, let's just use them as an occluder. Well, let's see what it ends up looking like at first here. Kind of hard, like these. Let's get the stairs out of here for a second. Okay, so we still have some grass like underneath the rocks and stuff. This is actually a good place to start. We'll look at this area right here. There's still some grass under the ferns and under the, I can see it poking out of the rocks. So I do have a difference on the trees here. So let me look at this density filter. Out data 14k points, input data 16k. So it filtered out about 2k. And that was for trees. Okay, so we don't actually use these stuff around trees to occlude here. Stuff around trees. I wonder, can I just like put both of them in there? I can. Okay, so maybe we can just do that with the big plains rocks as well. We can just kind of do that all at once. Oh, nope, undo that. Let's pause regen. So I can actually do this without lagging the entire engine. Push that down. What do we have here? What is this transform points? Set scale to 5. Interesting that I'm doing that to the foliage. Occlude with trees, stuff around trees, with rocks. Also, don't spawn under. Okay, now regen. Okay. So yeah, there's we're saving a lot here actually. And let's disable that just to see the difference. It does look quite a bit more bare, I think. Maybe I should scale down the trees. I mean, that one's not too bad. I guess it's really just the stuff around. Let's scale down the bounds on these stuff around rocks. Is there a hotkey for pause? Alt R? Ooh, what a terrible hotkey. Okay. Bounds modifier. Show me my points. Show me the points. Okay, I don't know why it's only showing me the points in a couple of areas. That's probably why I wasn't seeing them before. Z can stay the same. Let's just do 0.5. Oh, I'm also like showing that. Yeah, we don't want that. Bro, I don't like, you guys can't see it, but like it's rebuilding navigation every time I showed the debug stuff, which is kind of annoying. That's a much better bound on the fern. Yeah, that one's a little rough though. I mean, it's the grass isn't too bad though. That's a lot of pulling there. Not a tree. I think this one may be smaller. I mean, I don't know. Some of these are like okay. I think this one's okay. It just looks a little weird that every tree has like a little bit of white space around it. Make it even smaller here. I think that's probably better. Bounds. Yeah, I think this looks better. There's still some sticking through the rock a little bit. And the ferns, I should split out into their own thing, because I don't think I want those to occlude the grass. These look strange, right? Because I can't see that one, can I? Oh, that's the complete wrong thing. Oh, it is. Yeah, maybe I don't use trees to occlude the grass. What was the difference there? I want to see how many points we get. Or point differential. How many points does that get rid of? So we have 14k, 14.5k points here. If I get rid of trees, we go up to 15.8k. So less than 10%. And then like right here would be different. Maybe it doesn't matter a whole lot. Okay, well, good news. Make this a named reroute as well. Right. Okay. So we have our stuff working here. Let me see how many points we have here for our mushrooms. 0. 0. Are there really no mushrooms spawned? No shot. Did I get rid of all of them? Did I get rid of all of them from this? Hang on, in. Where the frick are all my mushrooms? So yeah, we have a ton of points here on each of these. But then this like doesn't source 925, output like nothing. I don't know if out always show. Okay, it does. It does. Okay, so this difference node is doing something not correct. Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. I'm gonna take a quick break and I will be right back. Okay. Hello? Hello? Okay. Ice Creek, hello. Good morning. Happy Saturday. I'm working, right now I'm trying to change up my PCG graphs a little bit in my test level so that I can test some of the colony stuff a little bit better. Right now I'm trying to get my mushrooms on. So yeah, there are no mushrooms because of this node. And I don't know why. Continuous. Do I have any hot takes on DeepSeek? I guess my take on it is like, because like what are, there's kind of two different sides to this, right? Like one side is like the AI optimist take, which is like, yeah, they're open source. You know, all this does is further AI research and technology. Then there's the like AI doomer take, where it's like, this is just giving the Chinese data And the Chinese are now going to win the arms race, or are now further in the arms race. That is AI. But I mean, I was under the impression, like, because like the whole thing was like DeepSeek did it for a fraction of the cost, something that was just about as good as like OpenAI has spent billions doing, right? And some $5 million number was thrown out, but I don't think that wasn't really based off of anything. That was just like some random guess, I feel. So, and then like OpenAI walked so DeepSeek could run here in this situation, I think. Like, I'm pretty sure DeepSeek would not have been developed for cheaper had OpenAI already not distilled down the data and weights for them to use to train their model. So there's a little bit of DeepSeek standing on the shoulders of giants here. The giants being all the models that came before it. You know, how much do I care about Chinese data and stuff? I do think that's like a good consideration to have, but like, you know, it's open source and you can run it locally. If you have a good enough machine to do so. It's probably pretty rare. Yeah, I don't know if I have any hot takes on it. I don't know if I have any hot takes on it. I don't think it's as impressive as people make it out to be, because I think it's just building off of everything that came before it. And that's the only reason they were able to... I mean, it's cool. It's definitely... It's progress in some regard, but... I don't think it's... Like, I don't think they built it for $5 million. Like, I think you have to include all the costs of... I think the $5 million was based on the compute, but it was an estimation at best, right? Like, they just guessed. Like, it wasn't even like they had the compute numbers. And I think they also, like, they didn't factor in hardware costs or anything. Right? Like, they had to, like, I'm pretty sure that company, because they were a hedge fund, they had their own GPU farm. Supposedly the $5 million was for V3, not R1, but R1 is based on V3. Yeah, I mean, it's like, there's so many... Like, how many layers of the Russian doll are you going to count towards how much this thing costed, right? And what parts of that, right? Like, you can have the compute power, you can have the hardware, you can have the salaries, you can have the data. Like, there's a cost to all of that. And if you're only basing it off of the compute of what it needed and none of its subsidiary, you know, trainings were, then... Like I said, there's quite a bit of standing on the shoulders of giants here, so I don't think it's quite as impressive as what people are making it out to be. But it's still really cool. I'm glad it's open sourced. I think open source is the one way that the AI race will end up positive. I don't know if I fall into the optimist or the doomer camp yet, but time will tell. Like, I certainly do not think, like, I've been on, like, there's the Singularity subreddit, and they all seem to think that, like, when we get artificial super intelligence, then the world is just ushered into a utopia. And I don't think that actually happens ever, no matter how smart AI gets. Some people are accusing them of using OpenAI outputs for training. I'm curious if that's true, if that would invalidate their open source status. I mean, if the trainings are publicly available, then no, right? But yeah, I mean, it's just there's so much that goes into AI. It's like, you know, whenever, like, this kind of goes along the lines of, like, copyright law, right? Because it's like, humans can take inspiration from any number of sources and have it not be copyrighted. But it's like, if you use copyrighted data to train your models, you know, and it produces something, is it producing copyrighted content? You know, it's very gray. OpenAI says their outputs can't be used to train competitors in their terms of service. and validate their open. I mean, can you recreate what with the code? Can you recreate DeepSync? I guess is the question. Now, whether or not it's legal to do so, I think is a different question. If it's illegal to do so, then I guess it loses its open source status, because then by law they can't like have their code and stuff public. I mean, they can't even have it privately either, but again, it's like, it's inspiration. How do you define inspiration, right? Because like there could be some level of deducing. If you hit the OpenAI API enough times, you can get data from that based on what it responds with, right? If you do that in a analytical type way, you could probably infer some information. And I'm talking at a very, very large. I'm not talking about at a human scale at all. I'm talking about like at a server farm scale, hitting the OpenAI API with enough prompts and stuff. You could probably deduce some something from that, right? Weights, whatever, training, something. There is information there that you can deduce. You know, is that copyright? Is that illegal? Right? Like I can go look at a website, and I can recreate that website. You know, or I can use that to inspire my website. I can go look at how Google search returns search results, and I can hit it with enough queries to where I can build my own search engine based off of that inspiration. Is that illegal? It's very hard to draw that line, I think, with AI, and it's only going to become harder. And so I think, yeah, we're gonna have this like finger pointing. We're gonna have this like Spider-Man meme level finger pointing in the future, where all these AI companies are pointing at each other, saying, "You stole this, you stole that." And it's gonna be very hard to actually fucking prove that. I was looking into whether their smallest distillation would be viable for running video game dialogue locally, but even the smallest one couldn't fit on most GPUs, and at that point it would probably it wouldn't generate great dialogue anyway. Have you looked at the local llama ones? Or just the OpenAI ones? Because I intend to do the same. I haven't really validated that at all for local dialogue. But I was planning to use like either the Gemma, that's the Google, I don't know if it's open source, but it's one meant to run on lower end hardware. I think it might be open source, but it's a very small model. And then there's some local llama ones as well I was going to look at. I'm wondering if you looked at those, or if you just looked at the OpenAI ones. Just the DeepSeek ones. Okay. DeepSeek we're talking about. Gotcha. Yeah, I'd check out the because what's the website? There's like a website where you can browse all these models and stuff. Is it Kaggle? Am I thinking of that right? Is it Kaggle? Yeah. That's the website I was looking at. I guess all the DeepSeek ones are there now too. Yeah. Back in the day, before all the AI stuff popped off, I was doing some ML courses through that website. Kaggle, it used to just be a website for like ML competitions, like who could get the best, like, you know, this is like 5 to 10 years ago, but it was like who could get the best model that could distinguish between pictures of cats and dogs, right? Like that's how it started, and this is how it's going. $500 billion project put forth into AI infrastructure. Yeah, I think the cost differential doesn't, even if it is, you know, something very drastic for how little DeepSeek costed, I think that makes sense. Like, it costs a lot to be on the cutting edge, the bleeding edge of this stuff, right? To figure it out. And then everyone that comes after you is going to be able to do it a lot cheaper because you've already figured it out. So yeah, definitely come back, Ice Creek, whenever, if you ever look into those, and let me know how that goes. If you find one that works well or not, how much effort it is to get into a game engine. I definitely intend to do the same thing at some point, and would appreciate your input. I'm kind of deep seek in this scenario, you know. You can be OpenAI, you can go spend all the time and effort figuring out which one works. You come back and tell me, and then I'll do it a lot easier. Okay, let's back to mushrooms. Let's just disable that. Let's see if we get some mushroom points here. Nothing. Okay, there we go. There we go. $16 entries. Depends. What's the minimum GPU you were comfortable supporting your game? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. What's your take on that? Or minimum VRAM? Yeah, like I have no frame of reference for that. Like I don't know how much it takes to run this stuff, right? What I would like would be like a variable level of fidelity that the user can opt into, right? Something that you would click through in like your standard options interface, right? Like, do I want the good model that takes up more compute, or do I want the shittier model that, you know, smoother gameplay or something like that? Or maybe there's a model that can scale itself, you know? Maybe there's some way. And of course, this is all like, I don't know how you're planning to use it, but I'm planning it all to be like background thread stuff, you know? So I'm planning on getting dialogue ready ahead of time, not doing it like the second that the user clicks on something. And I already kind of have that working with hitting the Gemini API. It's not running locally by any means, but I have it build out a dialogue tree, and it gives me the options that the player can respond with, and then also what the NPC responds with when the player selects each one of those options. So I'm going to do that kind of thing, where I like get a bunch of options ready ahead of time. That way there's very low latency on it, and I can potentially get away with using a higher fidelity model without impacting the game thread very much. Okay, get rid of all that so I can actually see. Let me actually get rid of the trees too. Can't see a thing. There's my points. Okay, so the white dots are all the mushroom, which there are not very many. In that case, you could just run it on the CPU. Yeah, potentially. You know, maybe I can have an option for GPU accelerated dialogue. Good God, look how many there are there. That is too much cluster. But if you need rapid response, GPU is required. Yeah, I don't know what kind of game you're making. Maybe you're making a game where there's like super duper free input, but like, you know, maybe the user can type what they want to say to the AI, and then the AI has to figure it out. I'm not going for that. I just want to get some, like, you know, flavor dialogue going. You know, when two colonists walk by each other, I want them to be like, "Hey, how you doing? You know, how you doing? Hey, Johnny," something like that. You know. I want a natural conversation voice to text microphone. Yeah, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot. You know, something like the Gemini Live or the GPT live chat stuff. Too many clusters here. Too many in a cluster. I think I want more clusters, but not as many in a cluster. That's a lot. Why is there no random? Is this one rock? No, it's not. It's two rocks with the same rotation. Why is that? Do all these rocks have the same rotation? No, they don't. I don't think. Those two just randomly had the same rotation. It's crazy. Yeah, that's too many. That is too many. The self-pruning node. Well, this DeepSeek would fit on a 1080 and up, and I'm not sure if it would also fit in the game's graphics at the same time. Yeah, I think your best bet would probably be to do some super low res or low fidelity graphics. You know, you could do a pixel art game. How about you save as much of the GPU as possible? Just one little mushroom there. There we go. Here's this square. I'm confident that by the time that my game releases, there'll be a small enough model. So yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, right? Like I'm using the APIs for quest generation and stuff, so, and they're getting better so quickly, so I'm not worried about it either. I have the same mindset. Interesting that this self-pruning. Okay. I think there should be a better way that I do this. So essentially what I'm doing with my mushrooms. The trees are fucking it up. Let me turn the trees back on. I think the trees might be yeah, they're like under the tree in some cases. Yeah. So when I do a difference with the trees, I think it just gets rid of all the points. Okay, so I should do this better. Essentially how I was doing it before was like I got the tree data. I just got some, I'm using the same points as my stuff around trees, which is just like some ferns and some rocks. I'm using those same points, which are duplicated points from the tree. So I guess that would make sense as to why the difference doesn't work there. I need to like transform them and then do the difference. I already have 5 points, so I'm wondering if I should just do a grid around the trees. I'm kind of upset that I can't do an input here. Points outside volume, because I would like to create like a little grid of points around an area, around like a certain point is how I'm thinking about doing that. Let's pause region for a second there. I'm wondering, can the surface sampler, can I pass in the trees bounding shape, the points for the trees? Because I do have them sized to the tree. Right? Oh, please? Oh, I paused region, that's why. Okay. Here we go. There's my tree bounds. So yeah, if I just use that with the surface sampler, so maybe I don't go there. Maybe I just get trees. Create a new one, right, by side by side, so I can see the difference here. Trees, surface sampler. Wait a second, what were those other options? Create surface from spline, discard points on a regular surface. We have some new nodes here in 5.5. Let's use the same world hit ray query collision channel terrain. Bounding shaped trees. What else did I pass into the other one? Points per square meter. Yeah, I can set that myself. I don't need that to be a attribute. Have you done many optimizations on your large-scale battle AI yet? Steadily, not necessarily on the combat so much, but I did. I'm not sure what the last you've seen was, but I think what are some of the most recent things I did? I fixed a couple memory leaks yesterday off stream. I did a global LOD system. It's really more like a distance tier for the entities, so I can tick them and their processes at different rates depending on how far away they are, and I can add and remove stuff like that. Add and remove like distance tiers. I only really have the ISM processing on that, so I need to like the movement processor is the next bottleneck that I would want to put on that. But all the combat stuff is gain threaded, so can't really do anything about that other than ejecting from gas, which I think I'm probably going to have to do, but I'm just going to kick that can down the road as far as I can. And I think I'll probably, in my head, what I'm thinking for that is I'll probably still just use all the same assets. I'll still use gameplay abilities and gameplay effects and gameplay tags. But I think probably the way that they're applied will be different. Applied and tracked. I think I'll just have to do it in a much more lightweight way, because a lot of the apply gameplay effect spec to target, like that would take like 500 microseconds, which when you have 1,000 things in combat, that's like, and you know, like a bunch of them could be swinging a weapon at the same time and connecting with something. That's like 10 milliseconds worth of things happening just for a weapon swing, which I don't think needs to be necessary. You know, it can be a lot more simple than that. What else have I done? Oh, I changed the weapons themselves. They used to be actors that were attached. I changed them to be an instant static mesh as well. And I started looking into doing a per bone vertex animated texture blend. I'll need that at some point. That's going to be really fucking complicated. But I think I have the overall concept that I need to do in my head. I'll essentially need to bake out the anim curves, the anim layer curves. So when you put a curve in an animation for how you want it to affect each bone, I need to bake that into a texture with the same bone indices that the Vertex Animated Texture plugin uses. And then I'll need to sample that for each index and blend them together based on what the curve is for each bone. Conceptually, I understand it, but the execution of that, I don't yet. That's going to be another optimization where I can actually blend upper body and lower body animations onto a static mesh, which if I can get that looking good enough, then I think I'll just make most of everything on the screen be a static mesh, not an actor, and then maybe just the things that the character is interacting with, or like the closest 5 actors or something. Closest 5 entities will be actors. Thinking about making a zombie game with massive hordes of roaming zombies. You sound like Dr. Elliot. He was using mass for that. He was giving that a little test. But I'm not sure if AR performance would be practical on a server. Yeah, you should talk to Dr. Elliot if he ever pops in here, because he was showing me some stuff he was doing with that. With zombies, they can be very, very cheap AI wise, because like I'm using state trees and I'm taking the state trees all on the background thread. In mass, I think the state tree has to be ticked on the game thread, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that's one of the... I don't remember quite well because it's been a while since I ditched mass, but I think that was one of the reasons I ditched it. But for me, like things like pathfinding and stuff, like that's all pretty cheap, even for thousands of entities. Like it doesn't really... because it's all ran on the background thread. Pathfinding is, so it doesn't really matter a whole lot. I don't need to find paths that often. And for the ones that I do, those will be ones that are in combat with the player, which will be within my LOD system, and those will be ticked before everything else. But for your zombies, they just kind of need to wander randomly, you know? They just kind of need to move a little bit. And then with your logic for, you know, maybe they can hear things, maybe there's like some clustering and stuff like that. I think that can probably be pretty cheap as well. Dr. Elliott seemed to be mostly worried about replication. But I think if I understood him correctly, he didn't want to have to manually do the replication. And I'm kind of like, even with my system, I'm at the point where it's like, yeah, I know I'm going to have to like manually... there's not going to be a checkbox to replicate things that's going to work out of the box for what I'm doing. So I'm already accepting that I'm going to have to write all the replication stuff manually. So yeah, I mean, your AI, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot to that AI that you'd have to be concerned about. My AI is quite a bit more complex. And as such, I will not have that many entities in the world. Still want thousands, but not hordes and hordes of zombies level. And you know, with the zombies, like, you don't even need to simulate the whole world either. Like, you can put it into chunks and then just simulate the nearest chunks to the players. And then for every, you can kind of like turn off every chunk after that. And then just maybe randomly adjust them for when the player comes back. And I think you can do that at a reasonable distance away to where it's not even noticeable. Let's see what this looks like. What do these points look like? The extents are quite big. Just do 10. 10 may be too small. Let's do 15. 20. Do 25. The grouping is what concerns me, because I want to work similar to boys, but then they will have to iterate over each other to make sure they aren't bumping into each other. Yeah, but you can do that part. I have a couple things pop to mind to fix that. One, you can just do it in the background thread. Calculate which ones need to not bump into each other in the background thread so that it's not affecting the main performance. And then just kind of adjust as needed on the game thread, potentially. I mean, if they're not even rendered, then you don't have to worry about it, right? Because that's all background thread stuff. And like, to be honest with you, I wouldn't even check that unless the player can see them. And whenever they pop into view, you check if any are bumping. That's the only time you check if they're bumping into each other. You know? That's the only time when you start the background thread of like making sure, hey, these can't be bumping into each other. I've thought about some similar avoidance logic for my game because, I mean, if you've watched the hordes of entities from my playthroughs, like once they start attacking the same targets, it just turns into a blob and it looks bad because they're all standing on top of each other. So I'm thinking of potentially doing something similar. It's not super high up on my priority list though. I want like a grid of these things. It seems to only be generating one. This one did 2. Well, I guess 3. Yeah, there's one in there as well. Interesting. Can I get rid of those, but then still show the bounds? Is the answer no? Oh, that's the wrong stuff. That's why. I guess if I disable it, then that kind of breaks everything. God, I wish there was a button to just mark them as invisible. Suppose I could just like... No, because then the blocks are on there anyway. 3. Ugh, probably just not even worth. Probably not even worth. Points per squared meter is 0.1. 0.01. They give me more or less? It gives me less. Okay, so if I do 1, it gives me more. What is steepness? Each PCG point represents a discretized volumetric region of world space. The point's steepness value, 0 to 1, establishes how hard or soft that volume will be. Represented from 0, it will ramp up linearly, increasing its influence over the density from the point's center up to 2 times the bounds. I don't know why I would want steepness there. I don't think I care about that. Unbounded. Ignoring actor bounds and generating over the entire surface. Yeah, I don't think I want that. What is looseness? What is looseness? If I change that to 0.5, what do I get? I don't know what that gives me. It just seems like different just seems like a different set. I was thinking maybe I could have one zombie designed to be the leader, perform most of the logic, and the other zombies just follow him. I guess I would think that I don't think you'd necessarily need a leader, right? Like you would just have a group, right? And then you'd have kind of like an area, like a point or an area that group generally stays within. And then that kind of adjusts based off of where they wander. That's how I would think of it. And then the group becomes the leader in your example, not necessarily just picking one zombie. Have you seen the game They Are Billions? Great game. Highly if you're into zombies and city builders, kind of RTS style, you should play that game. It's a very good game. Hordes and hordes of zombies. It's They Are Billions because in the final level there are billions of zombies that raid your base, and they have some really nice zombie logic and some things I kind of want to do for my game. But like, because you just start the game. Let me see if I can find some pictures, because I love this game. I love this game. Let me see if I can find some pictures to kind of explain. There you go. This is a campaign level, but like, That's not an actual base. Here's like a base right here. So you have all these walls and shit, and like zombies, you know, come and try to fuck you up. Let me try to find one of like the start. Here we go. Here's a good example, maybe. Here we go. Here's like a start. This is kind of how you start. There's your main. You just start with this city center right here, and then you start building, and you're surrounded by zombies on all sides. Like that's what all the red is. You know, the red bars. And so like you start in a very narrow viewpoint, maybe with only this much visibility, and then you kind of have to explore with your units, and you have to kind of like maintain a border around your base. And you can see he's building ballista down here, protect. Right, and you kind of have to slowly take out these zombies, zombie by zombie, as you get more and more space for yourself. And it's like you need to build these huts so you can get more colonists, so you can work more farms, you can work these little hunting cottages, these lumber mills, you know. And so you just kind of, as you progress through the game, you naturally need more space. And you need to basically be very careful about how you interact with these zombies, because noise is a thing in the game, which is really cool. And so archers are very quiet. They don't cause much noise, but they're very weak. They're fast, quiet, and weak. And so you can kind of see right here, this archer ended up pulling, I think, these three. Like I think he shot one right here. And then these three came because he was like right next to it. So these three are going to slowly start creeping towards it. This archer can probably handle those. Those are like the weakest zombie. But then these guys up here, these are the soldiers. They're very loud, but they're kind of tanky. So this little ball of warriors can probably just walk, you know, a good percentage into this. Oh, and here's another thing up here. Can't really see it too well in the screenshot, but this is a zombie village. So this actually spawns zombies. And when you start attacking it, it'll just like release a bunch of zombies. And when you attack buildings or when zombies attack buildings, that both causes sound too. And so another thing to consider is like these walls. If a zombie hits one of these walls, it's going to cause noise and it is going to attract other zombies. So you kind of actually have to be careful about how soon you build your walls. If you build it too soon and a zombie hits it, it's going to create noise, and it's going to attract a bunch of other zombies. And you'll potentially, you actually kind of end up starting like little tiny waves of zombies. And you can see here, there are already waves that are going to be coming from the edge of the map. And you can see one is coming on day 13. It is day 6, so you have like 7 days to shore up your defenses, and I think that's probably what he's doing here. He's building some ballista to shore up his defenses. I think he's praying that the horde comes from this side of his base instead of this one up here, so that he can defend against the horde. And then you can see there's a massive blob up here on the map, but the whole map is just covered in zombies. But it's a really, really fun game. And I definitely intend to use some of those concepts in my game. So yeah, if you want some inspiration on zombie logic or zombie mechanics, definitely check out this game. One of the cool things about as you explore the map, you kind of find these like little choke points. And whenever you find one, you're like, oh yes, I found a choke point. I can wall that off, throw a couple ballista there, and I have like a really easily defendable side of my base that I don't have to worry about too much. Like, this guy has no visibility up here. So you have no idea what's out there. There could be a bunch of zombies over there. Or there could be like a little nook, right? There could be like a little cove that's surrounded by these mountains here. So it's like completely safe. You know, like you don't have to defend right here because there's mountains. You don't have to defend right here because there's trees. And those block the zombies and stuff. So the exploration actually gets really cool because you start to find these little pockets and stuff that you can defend. Find water, you can use fishing huts on the water, that kind of stuff. Now I want to go play this. I want to go play some. I tried DayZ and 7 Days to Die, and the zombie AI was really disappointing. They didn't seem to respond to sound or group up or any interesting behavior. I haven't played either of those games, but yeah, that does sound kind of disappointing. Like, they were literal zombies where they didn't have any logic at all. Yeah, I definitely get the desire to want to have, like, little groups of zombies, but I don't think, like... I like how this does it, to where the groups of zombies kind of make themselves. Like, I don't think their logic recreates any groups of zombies. I think that the groups create themselves based on... because they naturally wander, and so they naturally get closer to your base. And I don't think there's any specific logic for that. I think the only logic is that it is just, it's inherent based on density logic, right? Like, you start with an area that is low density in zombies. So it'll be like right here, it has 0 zombies, and everywhere else has a higher density. So they just naturally wander into the lower density area and encroach on your base. And when they start encroaching, you have to start killing them. Like, you can actually see here, when you're building something, it creates sound as well. So I think he pulled some here. And this is actually a fast guy down here at the bottom. Like, that's a faster guy. This is like a tier 2 zombie. And then a lot of these are like tier 1. They're just slow and stupid, right? And there's the faster ones here. But I think he's pulling a couple here because of the ballista. And then this one's going to shoot here and probably pull a couple more. But ballistas have piercing, so they can shoot through zombies, and the ballista should be able to handle that pretty easily. You can see that one just got exploded right here. Yeah, I think I would prefer to have the groups create themselves just by merit of sound and aggro mechanics. But I think grouped up zombies can be cool too. Yeah, this game's probably pretty cheap on Steam right now. Been out for forever. And if you want a streamer to watch, Baru is probably one of my favorites. Whenever he plays They Are Billions, that is peak content. I don't know if he has a YouTube channel or his VODs up or anything, but maybe go try and get him to watch. I want it so if you shoot a gun, every zombie in a mile radius starts walking towards you. Yeah, how would I do that? Let's think about that. So I think, like, yeah, if you have an instance of sound that is that, well, each instance of sound has a radius that it affects, and maybe it has a fall-off curve as well. Attenuation, in other words. And then that would put I guess I would have that put a weight at that location. And based on the zombie's distance from that location, multiplied by the attenuation curve, that would, when I randomly choose a direction for that zombie to wander in, I would weight that direction heavier than the other directions. Because if there's no sounds, equal chance to wander in any direction. But, you know, a bird chirps over there, or, you know, a car screeches over there, adding more weight. And then maybe as time goes on, that weight kind of decreases. Or maybe it just decreases as other sounds happen. Yeah, maybe you just accumulate all those weights, right? That's how I would think of that. And then that's all background thread stuff. That doesn't need to be gameplay thread by any means. Because that's just a float. That would just be some floating sets of floating point numbers, I believe, in representing different directions. Yeah, because I guess you'd want like an angle. You'd have to do it in radians, I believe. So 0 to 360 based on the location of the zombie. Anyways. Zombies are cool. How were you thinking of doing the zombie shoots, or player shoots and zombies start wandering towards them? Okay, so I like this. I just want it to be away from the trees a little bit more. Maybe I have to... I could save... Because I scaled down the bounds quite a bit. So here are the tree bounds before they're scaled, which includes all of their leaves, which is actually kind of cool. Because if I could... Mushrooms spawn only under tree leaves, essentially. Which I think actually kind of makes sense. I think that actually kind of makes sense. Let's named reroute this. Call this tree trunks. And this will be trees plus leaves bounds. And then I'll use that here instead of tree trunks. What is this little floating thing? Okay. So, okay. Regen now. How different does this look? Oh boy, that's a lot. Okay. We're going to need to cut those down quite a bit. Maybe that's too large. Because, like, look at this. Look at that. That is too large. That is not directly underneath the tree. Yeah, so let's scale these down. Bounds mod. What did I originally do over here? I did 0.15. So maybe let's just do 0.5 here. Yeah, that would be cool. Most games would probably handle it by just spawning in new zombies outside of your peripheral. That feels lame. Your method sounds good. Oh, you're saying like when you make a loud sound, it just spawns extra zombies to be closer to you? That does. I agree. That feels lame. I think we're getting to a time and age where we don't have to do that anymore, right? Like that was tricks of the trade back in the day before hardware got better. Hardware and technology got better. These points are looking better. Those points are looking better. Now, I think I want to do a difference between the tree trunks, right? We don't want the ones with the tree trunks here. Did it get rid of them? I actually replaced a couple. No, that's good. That's good. Okay. And yeah, if you have zombies that aren't even rendered on screen, you know, like that's those are super cheap to do anything with, right? I think this is looking good. Now I think I just need a well, I think the problem is the ones that are closer to the tree are now going to have higher density because this is assigned to density, right? No, don't keep 0 density points. Oh, we also want to diff on the stuff around trees as well. So actually, I think we may want to... We almost need to either save the density here, because we do have a random... Well, I can just reassign density with an attribute noise. So let's do this. We're going to do attribute noise. which is just random noise. Excuse me. Where's noise? Attribute noise. Spatial noise. What is spatial noise? Oh, right. Perlin and stuff like that. Okay, okay. What are those black cubes? Yeah, so each of these cubes represents the points that the graph is producing at the point of this node. So it's actually looking at the output of this node right here with the little blue dot on it. And they're different colors because there is a, if I hit A, we can actually look at the point data. I click on one of these. It actually represents this, oh shit, this density amount here, which is just a number between 0 and 1. And it's how you apply and filter upon like random data. And so the reason I have the trees here in this pattern is because they've been applied. Maybe I can show this. Where's my spatial noise here? You can see there's a bunch of points here, and it's a gradient. Can I show everything? Can I show all of it? But you can kind of see, this is, I'm just using Perlin noise. And then what I do is a density filter, and then I get rid of everything below 0.5, which just produces those. There are different sizes here, absolutes. Maybe I change that to 1. We might make that a little, make it 3. Right, so that's the, when I filter them, that's what I do, and then that it's spatial, so it's based on the world, and then that connects to this noise over here. They're on different graphs, but it's the same noise with the same seed, so they all connect smoothly together. And so that's essentially the name of the game here with PCG stuff. And there's different types of noise you can use, and then there's also just random noise, which is it attribute noise? Yeah. So this is just like, this is like white noise, right? If you just want to pick some random points, you use attribute noise. And so when we look at these points, they initially they had random values assigned to their density, but then I did a difference on them. So let's look at the, you notice these colors here changed, right? Let's actually find one that's like overlapping. You see it got rid of that one and that one. And it made that one darker. Why did that happen? Because I was looking at these points. Or these ones, sorry. Is it going to show me that? Well, this reroute represents the tree trunks. Right here. No, right here. Okay, so here's the points for the tree trunks. Right? And so when I did the... here's these points. You see these two right here are overlapping that point. This one is slightly, very, very slightly overlapping it. So when I did the difference on it, it assigned its density based on its distance to this point. And those ones got occluded because those were right, I guess right on top of it or something. Those were close enough. Now if I did keep 0 density points, that's because these got assigned a density of 0 because of how close they were. That's what the difference node does. So I don't want those points. So the difference node is me saying, hey, I don't want the points that are underneath the tree. I don't want to spawn these mushrooms underneath the tree. That's what's happening here. And that's essentially a lot of what PCG is right there. Now you can do a lot of cool stuff with like you can just assign based on distance as well. And so in the Electric Dreams demo, they just create a spline. You can just create like random splines, right? Like there's some spline nodes here. Spline sampler creates spline, creates surface from spline, that kind of stuff. And so you can just create a grid of points around the spline, and you can assign the distance away from the spline to each point's density to where it's darker right on top of the spline, and it's lighter away from the spline. And then what you can do is you can actually transform the point's Z location based off the distance to the spline. What you've created is a nice little riverbed. That's a nice little riverbed. You know, when the water flows into it, it cuts the dirt down. That's how it works in real life, right? Erosion. And so with PCG, distance nodes, transforming the points, you can create a nice little riverbed with that. Do a lot of really cool stuff with it. Right now we're just doing mushrooms, so not super cool, but still fun. So yeah, I've gotten rid of all the ones here. But what has happened is I had the attribute noise, the random noise applied to all of them. And now this one's noise got overridden. Right? We can see it's flashing between the two. And so what I wanted to do was just a density filter, which is how you get rid of the points that are lower or higher in black or white. But if I did a density filter to just, you know, I just wanted like a random one of these points, some of these points for spawning mushrooms, then it would have a bias towards not spawning the points or only spawning the points closer to the trees. Now, maybe I want that. Maybe I want that. Let's take a look at what this looks like with just 0.5. And so this is, we can invert the filter to where I only want the darker ones. So maybe I only want the ones that are biased towards the trees. And they are mushrooms, so maybe that makes sense. Oh, and I forgot, where was that example I saw? Aha, here. Is there a point under here? No? Let me find one. Because I don't want them to spawn underneath those rocks either. Is this the right one? Here we go. Yeah, here we go. So these, I don't want these points, right? So I had, this is my stuff around trees, right? So I need to plug that into the difference here as well. Get rid of it. There we go. Got rid of them. See, now all these points are like black now. It overrode, I believe it overrode some of the... Well, maybe it didn't. Maybe that was just a random noise there. Yeah, maybe that was just random there. So now we don't have any... that one should be gone too. Oh, I forgot. Let me check the bounds. I think I scaled the bounds down here. Yeah, I scaled it way down. And that was for grass. The reason I scaled it down. Let's not scale it down so much. Pause regen for a sec there. 0.75. That's probably better. Probably better. That one's still kind of bad. So there might be a mushroom that spawns under there. I could just get the original unfiltered bounds. I wish I could get circular bounds. That would be kind of cool. Probably pretty expensive though. For like polygonal bounds. Let's create this. What is this? This is just like stuff around trees. OG bounds. Okay. So rather than stuff around trees, OG bounds. Use that instead. Regen. To get rid of that point. No? Oh, what? What? How doesn't it get rid of those? That's so crazy. If I invert it, it does. And there I have some mushroom points. Now, I don't want mushrooms to be that plentiful. So I think what I need to do is... I need to filter some of these trees. points down first. So only select a few trees to spawn mushrooms under. I was thinking of using PCG to spawn modular buildings randomly with random furniture in each room. Yeah, I plan to do the same thing. Perfect for that. It is perfect for that. I plan to actually do dungeons, you know, completely procedural dungeons with it. And, you know, potentially procedural puzzles. We'll see how well that turns out. That might be kind of hard. But I've been replaying Ocarina of Time on the Switch. And I've been just, like, taking note of, like, some of my favorite puzzles in that game. I think one of my favorite ones so far is Find All the Chickens. I wonder if it's hard to do multiple floors with PCG. I don't think so. If you have a point... with the bounds of the room, then and that might be multiple points, right? If you have an irregularly shaped room, then you would have the points for each floor. You would need to do it very hierarchically in your graph. And you would need to specifically spawn each floor with, like, you know, like a line like I have here, you know, and then probably name it in some way. Now you can put attributes on the data, which if you wanted to, like, truly procedurally do that, that's what you would do. You put, like, floor 1, floor 2, floor 3, you know, that kind of thing. But you would essentially use the points to build out a volume. Can you create volume? No. Volume sampler. Get volume data. But I mean, you can query volumes from here. But I guess you just have to. You're stuck with just using the point bounds as volumes. Now, I need far less points. I might actually go... Oh, no, that's more. I might actually go, like, up here. Maybe a little bit more. 0.85, maybe. Maybe 0.85. I don't want there to be too many. Like, I'm thinking somewhere between 1 and 4 or 5 mushrooms per cluster. So if I can find a number for that, I think this looks okay. Of course, I'm only spawning in this grid right here. There's my old mushroom spawns right there. I think this looks okay. I think, what is this at? 0.85? Yeah, I think that's a lot right there. But 0.85 I think sounds good. But I want to, trees plus leaves mounds, modify it. Okay, so I think I want to do a density filter here, or we need to do attribute noise first, because they're all white. Attribute noise, and then density filter. Oh, not distance to distance. Density. A density filter here, then plug that in. So we just pick a few trees to spawn these under, not every single tree. Okay, so now let's take a look at what these look like here. What does error mean here? Okay, I think we have to set density manually. Okay, woo. Okay, so there's our random ass noise. Then let's, what do we have our density? Probably 0.89. Yeah, there's our, so like, you know, spawn mushrooms under these trees. That seems like kind of a lot, though. 0.95, maybe? We want like a super high threshold here. I didn't. Whoops. sorry. That was probably kind of loud. If I did -1 to 0, I could get even less. Here. Lamp result. Huh, okay. That's even too much. That's too little. Wish they were dispersed a little bit more evenly. Look at this graph. I mean, that one looks good. That's not a bad. Oh, there's 3 right fucking there. Maybe I can do a distance, a difference between these points, so I don't spawn them too close either. I don't know. It could be a. How many got spawned between these 2 trees? Only 2 anyway. Okay, so maybe it doesn't matter that much. Let's scale these up so I can actually see where they're at. Look at it from below. Look at the other one. What about that one over there? I know, is that too many mushrooms or too little? Not really spawning very many in a group now. Maybe I have that turned down too much. Yeah, there's really not that many. Yeah, that's really not that many. Wait, why didn't any get spawned over there? Did it filtered them all out, huh? Okay, so maybe we actually need a little bit more trees. Let's do 0.9. Oh, I did 9.9. That's not right. Yeah, it completely filtered out any from both of those 2 trees. Yep, all of them gone there. Yeah, I think I need to do attribute noise after this because I think it's just going to get rid of a bunch of them. Can I invert here? Yeah, now it spawned all of them. Yeah, the difference here is affecting it, so I need to do attribute noise again here. Making it too unpredictable. That's a lot now. There we go, that might be better. Okay, I think that's God, there's so many now. There's so many over here now. So do I even need to turn this up? And how many do we have here? How many trees? That's a lot of potential trees to spawn things under. Yeah, I guess a lot of the trees just get their all their points gotten rid of. Sorry, I'm sorry. I keep hitting the minus button on my numpad at macro. Okay, so now I can potentially lower this now. Get some more. A lot of mushrooms right there. Oh, and I also need to split it between brown and white mushroom clusters. Are mushrooms pickable? Yes, that's exactly what I'm using them for now. I'm trying to get to the point where I can actually build out the logic for colonists to go and forage things. That's the goal. Right now, I'm just trying to get the PCG craft to work in a reasonable way. I've been needing to redo the mushroom spawns for a while though, and these are the previous ones. I kind of need a, what do I need to do here for the attribute filter? I think I need to put like a binary value into a new attribute when I pick a tree. Let me grab this and scoot it up a little bit. Okay, so essentially what I'm thinking, because I want the clusters to be like I'm wanting the mushrooms to be in the cluster with their own kind. That sounds bad, but hear me out. Like I only want, like if I pick this tree for spawning mushrooms around, I only want brown mushrooms to spawn here. And if I pick this tree, you know, maybe, you know, based on some RNG, maybe I only want white mushrooms to spawn. So I think somewhere in here I need to attribute noise on these points generated from the trees. I need to tag these points. So I can do the filter data by attribute. And so that'll be inside filter, outside filter. That'll tell me, that'll give me these two tracks. Oh, that's essentially what I'm doing right there. But I just did density to them. I mean, maybe I can just do... Hang on, let me look at this. What do we got here? And then I do the density filter on that. Yeah, but I need to reassign attribute noise after that, after I get rid of them. And then maybe I'll just like slice them in half based on if they're higher or lower than 0.5. Yeah, maybe I don't need an extra attribute actually. Although I could do... Okay. We're going to do another attribute noise, but I want to put this on like a different... I guess does it matter? Yeah, because I'll be reassigning density along the way. I can do -1 to 1 and then just slice it at 0. Let's do that. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put it in spawn. What do I want to call this here? And what does output target mean? Enter the name of the attribute. You get a property. Is it going to tell me that that's like invalid? Yeah. What, like that doesn't exist? Not find attribute property spawn. Okay, maybe I want to call it like spawn type or something. Oops, it's not even a valid word. Do I have to like create the attribute? If I do density, can I like put... That work? There we go. There we go. Now I have it. But the spawn type is now all really bad. It didn't actually change it. Are you actually even doing noise? That's a random choice. This is a new node that I've not used before. Oh, this is like picking. I kind of just want to like, I need like just a range of integers or something, and then I just want to pick an integer in a range. Random int in range. Proxy pathfinding. What? You can... Oh, that's so cool. There's a pathfinding node in here? Oh, you could probably do so many cool things with that. You could do pathfinding between 2 points, and you could put like a path. You put things along that path. Oh, that's so freaking cool. Oh my god. Oh, that's so sick. Okay, so Ice Creek, for your, modular building RNGs, like you could, pathfind from one floor to the other and like spawn shit along there or something, like from one building to the next building, connect them all by sidewalks. Oh, that's so cool. Finds the optimal path across the points of a given point cloud, should one exist, when provided a start and goal location and a maximum jump distance between points. Can return a partial path. Dude, oh, that's fucking sick, man. And you can run this shit on the GPU. Oh, money. Okay, but I just need to like... Is there like a select? Control flow, select attributes, select points. I just want... I need to select... It would be nice. I mean, I can still do it with this density thing that I was doing before. Select a grammar. Output grammar. I have no idea what that means. Criteria. Key comparator first value. Wow, I have no idea what that means. What if I did... Copy attributes. What do I want here, man? Metadata. Is there like an index? Git loop index. Okay, can I loop? Maybe? What does loop do? Uh-oh. Oh, it needs a subgraph. Okay. Not what I was looking for. Array. That. List. Get attribute list. And is there anything for range? Point filter range? attribute filter range. Okay, hang on. PCG, Unreal Engine, PCG. Random int. And of course, there's just very little documentation. Very little anything for PCG. Is there just RNG? No. Cluster. Yeah, I can cast to integers. I mean, I suppose... Okay, because I was thinking, like, what if I wanted to add more types of mushrooms? I would have to, like, create new ranges, but I guess I can just, like... If I do this between 0 and however many numbers I want, so right now I have 2, 0 and 2. And maybe I can round, if I can spell it right. Round. And we want to do the spawn type, right? Can I even do that? Last attribute. I mean, it should be last attribute is spawn type. I actually need that to get set properly now. Says it's invalid. How do I create a new attribute? Does that work? No, doesn't like it. I can just create that. Excuse me. Attribute. Add attribute. Now, why can't I do this? Error while creating attribute. Why? How do I freaking add a goddamn attribute? Copy attributes, delete attributes. How the frickly frack do I just add a new attribute? PCG, Unreal Engine, add new attribute. Add attributes. Can't find anything. Great. Do I have to do... Oh, that's what I need to do. Int. Where's output target? The name of the attribute, okay. Add attributes. Okay. Let me look at that data now. Spawn type, all 0. Okay, good. Good. Okay. Now we're going to go here. Okay, so spawn type doesn't show up in there. I mean, that's fine. We'll manually type it. Should just be last attribute, right? Set it all to 1. All of them are 1. Yeah, I guess it's rounding them all. I want the attribute noise. Now it's all 0. Almost like I need to overwrite the density first. It's kind of annoying that I have to do that again. Oh, it's because the seed is the same. Give me a different seed. Okay, that's why. Okay, so maybe I don't need to do that. Okay, now some of them are 0 and some of them are 1 now. Okay, we did it. Wow, okay, we got there. We got there. I guess it's, it needs to be 1... If I have 2 items, I need to put 2 in there. Yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. Okay. I guess we don't need to round because that attribute is already set to be an int. This is, this will be like create and set spawn type int. Spell it correctly. Will be filter trees down. Filter down which trees to spawn under. Create and set spawn points. Scale down bounds. not under trees or stuff. Not, I'll just say not under stuff. Okay. Now we can filter data by attribute when we get here. Pause regen while we're working on this. We essentially just want the attribute I want to be spawn type equal substring matches. Wait, why can't I do like greater than and stuff? I mean, I guess if I only have 2 matches is fine, but now I'm actually kind of curious. Oh, attribute filter versus filter data by attribute. Interesting. So attribute filter gives you more control. Are you planning on generating the map once, or will spawn points randomly change over time? I guess it's a good question. The terrain itself will be generated once per playthrough. That'll be deterministically random. But anywhere that I use attribute noise in here could be ripe for like respawning. I could just pass a different seed into it after a certain amount of time and get a new set of spawn points. So that could be a way that I respawn things back not in the same location. It's a good question though. That's a good question. Yeah, there could technically be a node that I could use to get a random seed. Because right now all the seeds are just static, as you saw. It's this right here. Some of them, I think I have the world seed being passed in here. Yeah, here's the world seed. So I use those for spatial noise so that the spatial noise is the same. But you can see, like, essentially for trees, what I was showing before, there's that noise. But you know, I also do a attribute noise to like filter. I filtered it down by the space, and then I did this attribute noise. I did pass the same seed in there. But like if I wanted to like maybe respawn some trees, this seed could be random. And I could intentionally run the graph with a new seed to see if I want to respawn trees or something like that, or respawn mushrooms and stuff. And that'll essentially have the same rules, but in a different location, maybe slightly different. Good question. We'll do greater than or equal to... This should be spawn point, spawn type. Wait, are you freaking kidding me? Did I spell it wrong? Oh, type double. Maybe this needs to change to match. Input data doesn't have the attribute. Yes, it should. Do I play WoW? Of course I play WoW. Of course I play WoW. Oh yeah, the attribute's no longer there. What the heck? Love me some classic WoW. Where did I lose those? Oh, the bounding shape. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay, that's where I lost it. Oh, this is where can I do like a merge attributes? Yet. Okay. Thought I remembered you saying that. OnlyFans is about to raid Molten Core for the first time on hardcore in an hour and 10 minutes, hoping they wipe. Oh, is that happening today? Yeah, I heard there was a bunch of drama about people getting picked and whatnot. I feel like they're about to fall apart. It seems like that. Seems like they're about to fall apart. Okay, so how do I make these maintain that spawn type attribute? Because I want it to be based on the tree, because that's kind of how these clusters are made. So we have this point data here. Previous level 60s being perma-killed in one pull just sounds funny. Yeah, it'll be interesting because a lot of them don't play WoW, right? Or haven't played. I mean, I say that as they probably spent 100 hours leveling up their character. They've never raided before, I'll say. Some of them, right? Well, yeah, I'll be interested to see the clips on that for sure. What's your bet on how far they get? You think they wipe in Molten Core? I highly doubt they down rag. They're not going to go from 0. They're not going to do the whole thing. I don't know what their plan is for the raid, but I highly doubt that they, first time going in Molten Core, have intentions to kill rag. I bet they just kill the first few bosses. 14 have raided in Classic before. 26 haven't. That's not a good ratio. That's not a good ratio. Oh boy, that is yikes, dude. I might be a roach in that situation. I might roach the fuck out of there. I'm gonna have that Hearthstone keybound. Yeah, I bet a couple people will get knocked into the lava before the first boss. Now, will they get summoned out of it? Do they have warlocks who are lean enough to summon them out of the lava when they get knocked into it? Yeah. Can they kill the Corehound packs at the same time, even? I think the first 2 bosses are easy. What is it? Is it Lucifron? And the doggy? I bet they get those 2. And who's the third one? Is the third one Lucifron? Because there's the 2 snake guys at the beginning. I bet they kill those 3. Do they get past, who's the rocky guy? Forget all the names. I bet they don't make it past, Barangeddon. Yeah. They certainly do not get to Major Domo. They didn't want it to be too easy, so they intentionally avoided picking too many sweats. They also banned Petri flasks. Yeah, the flask makes sense. But, like, purposefully not picking sweats. I mean, yeah, what was their picking logic? Yeah, how far do you think they go, though? What boss do you think they make it to? I bet they don't do Baron Geddon. Aiming for 10 people? God damn, that's a rough... I don't know, it's kind of like lambs to the slaughter at that point. 10 to 30? That's nuts. I would have thought half and half would have been good. Let me look at what this is. What data do we have here? We have 240 out versus 12 in. And I essentially need, like, each one of these pieces of data here to line up to, like, the points that were created from them. Maybe I should do this differently. Kind of annoyed that you can't pass in a location here for this to, like, start at. And this is why I went with like the duplicate thing. Can I do this? Hang on. Can I do that? No, it doesn't like that. Apply density to points. I've never rated MC, so not sure which boss they will wipe, but whichever one is the most brain dead mistake, they will probably do. Yeah, that's why I said Baird-Geddon. Like a lot of people, that's the boss that like he's the fire guy, and like he puts a debuff on people randomly that is essentially a bomb. So he turns you into a bomb, and you have to run away from the group and explode, and then you fly way up in the air, and then the healers have to heal you before you touch the ground, or else you die, because you'll die from fall damage. Now, in my guild, where we killed KT, right? We were like, I don't know, like second or third on our server to kill KT. So like we were above average guild for sure. You know how many fucking times we went back into MC after fucking weeks of doing it and someone dropped the bomb in the raid? So many fucking times. We've wiped on that shit. And you're gonna tell me there's 26 people who've never done that fight before? Yeah, I don't think they do that fight. I think they stop. Even if they make it that far, I think they stop. Oh, and even the one before that is the rock guy, who has, what is it, like 6 ads? Now they're elementals, so usually what you do is like you have each warlock banish one of them, as many as you can. And the warlock's sole job that fight is just to keep that one target banished, so he does not go and attack the rest of the raid. Banish means he's stuck and he can't move or anything, for those who don't know WoW. And usually you do that for as many as you can, and then you have like an off tank take the rest. And then the boss is usually just tank and spake after that. That does require your warlocks to be on top of the banish. Not too difficult, but what happens is when these things die, this is where it gets sketchy. When these ads die, usually you wait. If you kill the boss, you have to deal with the ads still. And the ads explode, and they knock everyone up in the air. Now that's where it can get tricky, because especially when the off tank is going to have multiple of those on him still, if they die around the same time, people are just going to go fucking flying. And healers aren't going to be able to heal all of them before they hit the ground. So a lot of deaths can happen from that as well. So I'd be interested to see if they try that. First 3 I think are fairly easy, but the ones I'm talking about are the 4th and 5th ones. This sounds more exciting than I anticipated. Yeah, so there are the mobs, the trash mobs at the beginning of the instance. They're the little lava surger guys, the rocky guys. They charge, or they do something, and if you're not stacked, if the whole raid isn't stacked when you're fighting those trash mobs, then it'll send you flying, knockback, and a lot of people get knocked into lava that way. And so that's why I was saying, how many people are going to die to lava at the beginning? Because those mobs are right next to where lava is. So if you don't pull those properly, people go flying. And the only way to get out of the lava is to have a warlock summon you. Does Ragnaros have any scary mechanics? Yeah, I mean, nothing specifically that's scary, but he just has a lot of mechanics altogether that like just make it difficult. He knocks people around as well. Like, he submerges and spawns ads, which if you're a good guild, you don't even get to that phase. But essentially on Ragnaros, like, you have all the melee behind Rag. You have everyone else needs to space out, and there's not enough space for everyone to be equidistant from each other. So you usually stack, and you have a buddy essentially, and you got to stay like what is it, like 10-15 yards away from other people, because throughout the fight Ragnaros will shoot fireballs at people, which, guess what, knocks you back. And there's lava all around Ragnaros in a spiral. It's a spiral of non-lava terrain. And there's some walls. So if you get a good spot, you're in one of the spots that's against the wall, so you don't get knocked into the lava, you just get knocked into the wall. But the problem becomes when you have to walk back to your original spot. What you're going to be doing is you're going to be walking by other people's spots. So if they get hit by a fireball, or if you get hit by one again, more people go flying. And then it's just chaos from there, right? People are getting knocked over every which way. And that's for the ranged. That's the ranged job. Now, the melee, I've never played melee on Ragnaros, but they all stack in one group behind Ragnaros, and they have to go in and out periodically, and I forget what the mechanic is there, like why they have to do that. I think Ragnaros may have some sort of attack that like hits everyone around him, so melee have to run out when that's happening. And then after a certain amount of time, Ragnaros will submerge. He'll go under the lava, and he spawns a bunch of ads, which are the Sons of Ragnaros. And they're just running all over the place because your whole group is split out between this giant room, right? You have like your main tank and main healers in one group on one side. Your ranged are all spaced out around him. Then you've got all your melee in a group behind him, and then all these ads spawn all over the place. And then you got to get tanks into like basically every corner of that. And everyone's already low mana if you've gotten to that point. So the goal is to kill him before you get to that point. So those are the rag mechanics as I know them. The major domo mechanics are pretty complicated as well. Do I have a hardcore character? Yes, I do. Highest I've gotten is 54 on a warrior. I just kind of stopped playing after that. He's still alive. I don't have one on on the new hardcore run. I only did the initial hardcore push stuff. 54 dwarf warrior named Beardlord. Level 6 mage. You're almost there. I have not died on official hardcore ever. I used to play the Bloodsail Buccaneers community hardcore, like before the hardcore servers actually came out. Not even 10%, because level 45 is halfway. Time-wise, level 45 is halfway to 60. I know that doesn't make sense, but for the amount of time it takes, you are not even 10% there. you're like 1% there. Enjoy it though, it's a lot of fun. So I want to pass in some attributes here. I wonder if I could is there a way to like get nearest point or something like that? Point and match stat. What is this? For all points, if a match is found, that's a value on the point. Couple value, wait. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't sound like what I want. Retrieves a single entry from an attribute set. I saw a cool method where you can AoE the graveyard in ZF and get 200 XP per hour. Yeah, I've done that. I've done that one before. Doesn't work on hardcore because they limit you to 1 dungeon per day. Yeah. I mean, I don't. You'd be a madman to do that on hardcore, especially if you didn't know how to already. A lot of sketchy jumps in there. And for certain races, you need deviate to lights because your hitbox is different, and you can't make the same jumps and stuff. I found that out the hard way on a troll. I was a troll mage. My alt. Yeah, I'm not sure what I can do to get this attribute back in here. I may need to just do a different way of generating these points here. I could do duplicate points. I just typed in points. What do I have here? Combine points. Create points. Points to create. It's a new node. There's so many new nodes in 5.5. Create points sphere. Interesting. Get points count. I was leveled by spamming dungeons back in the day because I hated questing. Oh man, questing's the good stuff, man. Don't get me wrong, I love a nice dungeon, but I like being out in the world, like completing zones and whatnot. Although I will say back in the day, I hated the classic quests because they were so disparate and they had you go all over the place. And I was, because I started playing back in the day, right before Wadalka, Wrath of the Lich King came out, when like questing was so streamlined, and it's just like, okay, go to quest hub A, then go to quest hub B, then go to quest hub C, and it was all like super efficient, and so I was used to that. And so when you like leveled through the classic zones and it wasn't like that, it was more like ad hoc type stuff, more of a journey, definitely. And they had you backtrack, go to old zones, you know. The whole zone wasn't the same level either. Like the zone spanned like 10 levels. So it's like you couldn't do all the quests in a zone at once. You had to do like the first set of quests in a zone, then go to another similar level zone, do those quests, then come back and do the harder quests in zone A. Now after I've gone back and played Classic as an adult, I appreciate it a hell of a lot more than I did when I was younger. I actually like the questing better in Classic than I do in BC and Wrath. It feels like an actual journey. It doesn't feel like a treadmill. Collapses points with their closest neighbors. Yeah, I think Classic has a lot more soul than some of the later expansions. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Why can't I just... I want to create a grid of points around a point. Can I do copy points? Yeah, I do remember the leveling back when you could just like dungeon queue. You know, I was in... It would be in like Wrath of the Lich King when the dungeon queue system came out that teleported you to the dungeon, and like it put all the quests at the beginning of the dungeon too. I would just level as a tank and just dungeon after dungeon after dungeon in your heirloom gear that increased XP from kills. You just do that all the way to fucking 80. Yep. You'd be a fool not to do it, unfortunately. Yeah, I guess I could, what I could do here. So I have my tree points. Now for each tree that I pick to spawn mushrooms under, I could just make copies of those points and then do a random offset. The thing I don't like about that is then I'm going to have to reproject them back onto the terrain. And that's a somewhat expensive node to run on a large scale, especially when I use this for my actual world, not the test world. What's nice about doing this is that it does a world hit ray query to settle those onto landscape. So I can do it all. I can create the points and get them in the right location. And it's also random as well. So I don't need to randomly transform them. Very nice all in one node, but then I lose the information from my tree points. I'm just using it as a bounding shape. And I don't know, I'm not smart enough with PCG to figure out how to like recombine these points together. If you're just tuning in, I'm essentially trying to spawn mushrooms under random tree. And I have two different kinds of mushrooms. I have a white mushroom and a brown mushroom, and I want to spawn like little clusters of these around random trees. Anywhere from like 1 to 5 mushrooms is what I'm aiming for. But I want like the clusters to be all the same type of mushroom. And the problem is when I'm generating these points, I kind of lose the information on what tree they came from. So I can't make sure that they spawn all in one group. So I kind of have to create the points a little bit differently, and that's what I'm thinking about here. There's also duplicate points, which is, I mean, I think I would just use that. Duplicate the points a random number of times. Fixed mode. Use a fixed number of entries. I guess I would just do iterations would be like the max. I would have like 5, you know, if I wanted that to be the max. Then I would have to attribute noise, pick some random ones. Density filter those. And then I would have to do my transform points, TRP, transform points. And then I would have to do the projection. Back down to this. I think that's what I would do. So it's like what I could do in one node, I have to now do in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if you count that. Oh. Project rotations. Yeah, I want it to settle on the landscape. The direction. Oh, because you can stack them. Yeah, it stacks them in Z. I don't just put them all on top of each other. Transform offset for each point duplicate. I'm gonna do that later. Include source point. Don't really care. They're duplicated, so don't need that. Make sure density is there. 0 to 1. We'll grab some random ones. I'll have to figure out what number we want for that. And then we need to offset in a random direction around the tree based on probably the bounds. And I actually don't even need the bounds anymore. I need to scale the bounds. Random offset and rotation. The rotation, I believe 0 to 360 should do there. I think that's probably the right... Is that the right one? Is that the right axis? I don't know. We'll find that out here in a second. But then the offset, like what about should the random offset distance be? Maybe like 100? We'll do negative 100. Dum, 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 dum. Sorry. Sorry. Is that loud? How loud is that for you guys? It's pretty loud for me. Don't want to offset in Z. Absolute offset. World space. It's not too bad? Okay. Slightly louder than your mic? Okay. Not too bad. Rotation. New random scale here while we're at it. 1 to like 1.5 maybe. What? Did I do that here? Oh, I did 2 to 4. For, yeah, lock those together. What else did I do here? Oh, I did negative 100 to 100 too. Random rotation. I didn't do any random rotation. That's fine. I did negative 200 to 200 there. Well, that was the point from the tree. Okay. Okay. Okay, so attribute filter on the spawn type, which now should be there, greater than or equal to 1. It should be, because there should be only 2 values here, 0 and 1. And so now I need to copy my static mesh spawners. Now those should be both. Okay, let's see what happens here. Gonna actually find out where. Okay, so I've duplicated the points. The bounds are awful because I'm duplicating the bounds as well. I kind of want to like do the transform first. It would be nice to see how many I'm getting rid of. Well, even though that's like more efficient, or more inefficient rather. Now the scale, that should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, regenerate. Where did I just put? I want to redo the bounds modifier here. Should actually be. We're gonna call this like reset bounds. Just set that to like 1s. Well, didn't like that, did it? That just that for some reason got all of my point. Got rid of all my points. Why did you get rid of all the points? Okay, weird. Duplicate the point, transform it. Okay. Let's make that absolute, rather. Can I actually see it? There are my points. Why are you not duplicated properly? Yeah, they should be. They're all duplicated on top of each other, so I guess it makes sense that I'm not seeing multiple at this stage. But when I transform them all, they should be going in a random offset. Do I just need to make that more? Do I not understand how this node works? $60. 12 times 5 is 60. So there are 60 points here. They're just not getting moved correctly. What is this? How does this work? How does the transform work? I wonder, is it based off of the density somehow? What did I do down here? Output source point. This worked fine. Output source point. Okay, put the source point in there too. I don't care. I don't care. The density filter, also not getting rid of any. The density is so high. They're all in the 0.99s. That's interesting. What don't I understand about this? It is spawning mushrooms. There are 5 mushrooms all on top of each other. I mean, that is what's happening, right? This transform points is not actually randomly applying positions. At least it doesn't seem to be. Quest for mushroom points. Going slowly. Okay, so it does duplicate the points. I'm looking at the positions here and they do seem actually different. No, they aren't actually. Yeah, they're the same. Why? Why? They all have different seeds. Is that the mutate seed? Yeah, that probably doesn't really do anything. Okay, so I'm gonna duplicate the points. Why does this one work though? This one was working, and I duplicated the points the same way. Duplicate, I transform, removed duplicates. But then I still had extras, so I'm not sure why. I guess I was just already using the stuff around trees. Ow. Yeah, I duplicate points here as well. I do the same exact method. Hang on, let me do this then. I do the same exact method. What? Why? Wait, why did that work? Why did that work? What? Because I slightly adjusted their direction? Is that why? I had to put a 0.1 in there. Oh my god, that's insane. Okay, well, we figured it out. I didn't know that would, like, literally make the points get treated the exact same. Well, I guess the transform points randomness works based off of what location they're already at. Yeah, now there are my mushrooms. They're very tiny. Just move. There we go. Now they're nice and clustered. Where are my other ones? Okay. Am I picking any white ones? Where are the white ones at? All brown? Okay, hang on. Let me look at the filter here. Warning. Does not have spawn type. Okay, what happened to the spawn type attribute? Spawn type 001. Okay. Spawn type, yeah. They're all there. All there. Is it better? There we go. There's my white mushrooms. Okay, we did it. We got there. And mushrooms are nice and mushroomy. That's quite a few mushrooms. Let's check out this density filter now. That is a 0.25 density filter. Where did I see a lot? Yeah, there was a lot here. But it's under 2 different trees. I think every once in a while those will be fine. But that output all 5. That's crazy. Same here. There can be up to 5. So I want it to be a little harsher. Let's do a 0.5. So a problem is going to be, will the player be able to do anything a colonist can do? Yes, everything. Well, they're going to be specialties and stuff, is what I'm planning. So yeah, the player will pick mushrooms and chop wood as well. The colonists are just a way to automate that, essentially. To automate that and do that at a higher capacity. But then I intend for there to be like specialties or like maybe even like professions. Like I think at the beginning of the game, you're just going to be like kind of like struggling to find colonists who have specialties, because you're going to have skill levels in like, you know, plants and cooking and construction, that kind of stuff. So at first you'll probably struggle to find colonists with the proper skill sets for those. So you're just going to have people doing whatever they can. But then I think late game you'll have people to start specializing, right? Like you have your people who are great cooks and they're going to do all the cooking, and potentially you turn them into a chef or something, and it means it completely takes away their ability to do construction, but it makes them a much better cook. And you can do that when you don't need when you have other construction pawns, and it'll get you higher efficiency. But then you have to keep them alive. If your chef dies, well, shit. Okay, so another thing I need to make sure of here, I need to make sure they don't overlap with anything else. Collision channel terrain. Can I put multiple things in the projection target? What happens if I put that in there? Oh yeah, I can only have one. What else can I'm hoping collision channel terrain. I think I need to take that collision channel away. It'd be funny if there were poison mushrooms that only a specialized forager would be able to spot. And if you use non-specialized units, they will pick the poison one and poison the whole colony. I do like that idea. Or potentially just like... because like I'm basing a lot of this off of RimWorld. And in RimWorld, if you have a shitty cook, they'll give everyone food poisoning, which is a similar concept to what you're saying. So it's like maybe when you cook the mushrooms in there into food, they have a worse chance. I do like that idea though. Or maybe it just like, because I was planning on having some fart plants, and maybe if your colonist is skilled in herbalism, they can realize, oh, there's a poison fart plant over there. I need to stay away from that instead of walking by it and getting poisoned. So similar concept. I do like that though. That's a very down the road type thing though. Delete that. We're not going to do that anymore. Okay, but now I need to make sure that these are not... I was hoping that I could just project these potentially on top of the rocks and stuff around trees. Because you can imagine a mushroom growing on a rock, right? Can they actually? Hang on. Mushrooms grow on rock. Are rock mushrooms normal? Looks like an Agraricus species. Agraricus bernardi likes salt environments, so much so that it often pushes its way through asphalt. Huh. It looks like they don't directly grow on rock. Mushrooms are known to eat rocks. What? Okay, so they do. Mushrooms are so fucking crazy. If the mycelium can get inside it, it can fruit from it. That's so nuts. Mushrooms are crazy. But it looks like it's not like a primary thing, so maybe I won't worry about projecting them on top of the rocks. I really just need to pull them. Once they're in their final locations, we'll do another difference ball here. And then I need to... They should already not be on the trees. Although, I probably should use the trees just to make sure. And I don't need the tree bounds anymore. Starting to worry about the performance of this graph, though. When I use it on my actual terrain. Five mushrooms per cluster, random offset, and scale. I should do the random rotation as well. Let me actually look at this now. Was that the right one? Is this actually changing it? Can't tell. I think the brown ones will be easy to see. Okay, yeah, the rotations are not changing it at all. Absolute rotation. Force regen. Oh my god, is it because of this duplicate thing? What even was that? Oh, they're doing Onyxia today. Well, that's a hard fight as well. That can be a prickly fight. That's one of those fights that stays pretty difficult throughout the entire expansion because of the threat drop mechanics. And everyone, it's almost like the better you are at the game, the more you're prone to the threat drop mechanic wipe. Yeah, and so in Onyxia, during phase 2, she randomly fireballs people, which drops you off the threat meter. Like, it resets your threat entirely. And usually what happens is the main tank gets hit by that. So he's off the threat meter, but there's a bunch of other people who are still on it. And after phase 2, you can no longer rely on using your add-on, your threat add-on. And so you just have to be very, very careful when you're damaging her not to pull threat, and you have to wait for the tank to get threat. And so that's when I say it's like, if you're better at the game, you know, if you have better gear, you're more likely to rip threat off of the tank there. So Nixie is definitely a hairy one as well. I do need to reset the bounds here now, though, if I'm doing that difference. Actually, I think I might need to do it by mesh bounds to points. Yeah, let's actually do this afterwards. Oh, the world hit ray query is resetting the rotations. Ah, yes, of course. That's what was happening. Well, I should do the rotation afterwards, because we do want it aligned with the ground. Oops. Oh god, get rid of that. Is there two there? There is, okay. Interesting. So do I need to do a difference between itself as well? Ugh. That didn't seem to work, did it? Is there two there as well? Confused on what I'm seeing. Remove duplicates. I don't know what these mean. Burning type. I just want to get rid of this right here. I guess they got randomly offset in essentially the same direction. All equal? Ooh, okay. That did get rid of that, didn't it? Is that what I want? No, it still looks like there are multiple there. Oh, because I didn't actually... I need to do the self-pruning before I spawn them, duh. Duh. And can I do that? Probably do that as soon as possible here, so the downstream operations are more efficient. Rid of overlaps. Oh, just it got rid of them. Dick. Don't know if that's what I wanted. Are there any now? I think they're all gone now. They're using the extents comparison source. Can I just use the position? Radius similarity factor and then do all equal, or like what? Remove duplicates. Now, where was that? Now I got to go find that example where two were like. There we go. Yeah, that's not working. Yeah, maybe a I don't have the extents here. That's the issue. Modifier. Let's just like set the bounds to like something that we think that they would be at. Mode is just going to be set, intersect, include, yeah, probably just set. Okay, so that somehow makes it to where these all get... How many points do I have here? 60? 60? 12. Okay, so that somehow messes up the... It somehow messes up the random offset. Okay. Okay, now we have some back here. Here's our duplicated guy. And there's our point that's like essentially the same thing. And somehow removing duplicates doesn't help there. Dude, I like these have like almost the same exact position. I want to get rid of them, and I don't want to have to do a difference between myself. But I guess I have to. Like, the difference nodes are pretty expensive as well. I'm gonna do a difference with the same data.
Dude, and this still doesn't... Wait, it's still not getting rid of this point. Yeah, they got rid of none. Continuous. You can literally see the points overlapping. Yeah, this is doing nothing. That duplicate points node is messing me up so much. Yeah, this difference actually isn't doing anything either because it's after the spawner. I should put that here as well. Well, I should probably do it all after the projection. Going like right here. Modify the bounds. Trees, stuff. Round trees. Any difference there? Not really, no. I mean, what are the chances of this? I feel like they're probably not that uncommon if I found one this fast. Reset the bounds. What do I use elsewhere for the difference? Minimum and inferred as well. Don't know what either of those means. The density function used when calculating the density after the operation. Why can't I see my points anymore? Come back, points. Come back to me. This one mushroom. This one stinking mushroom. do anything? I don't know why I can't see my points anymore. I mean, this is for the most part good. There just may be some overlapping mushrooms. I don't know. Is that a big deal? How big of a deal is that? Okay, I think I've probably spent enough time on just getting some goddamn mushrooms spawned. I would like to see the points, but that's okay. I think maybe this is okay for now. It's okay for now. Okay. So what I'm going to need to do is I need to, and I was looking into this the other day, is I need to serialize all these points. Essentially every output point from the graph needs to be serialized, but I need to like tag the data specifically and I need to save it specifically. And that's because the world isn't always going to be generated underneath every single colonist that I have. They are going to just be simulated in memory. And so I will need to grab the points in memory. And I need to know what kind of points they are, what they represent. And so in my static mesh spawners, I need to go in here like component tags. I need to tag it with like some things. And those relate to my resource types over here. So these are going to be food. And they're also going to be forageable. Which means gather type is like what kind of skill it is that it's affected by, and then resource type is like what purpose it serves. Let me copy that. These are both going to be the same. I don't need a tool. No tool. We'll type none. That's just a placeholder, so paste those tags into there. Probably go through and tag. Get rid of these mushrooms now. Get rid of everything in here. This graph is getting nasty. Stuff around trees. Now this one is a little complicated. So fern is going to be just nothing. Small rock. You can be gather. And I hate that I have to just use free text for this. I was trying to find a way to get these enums in there, but it doesn't look like there's a good way to do that. Rocks are just going to be collectible. You can just pick up rocks if you want to. Should make them kickable too. Go kick rocks. It's not going to be required by any tool. Yeah, no tool required. You just pick those up, not affected by skill or anything. However, the boulders, these guys, gather type mine. Oh, I should probably put resource type stone on the other one. Resource type stone, right? We do have stone. Item resource type. Kind of want to change the name of that. Kind of want to change the name of that to just resource type. Oh my god, there's already an E resource type. Okay, that's why I did that. Okay, that's annoying. It has to be item resource type. Go back and change that on the stone here too. Item resource type stone, gather type, tool type, pickaxe is required. Okay, so now I have all the information I need on each of those things, and I think, did I already do the trees one? I forget. No, I didn't. Gather type, chop. Now, do I want to rename this? Because chop isn't exactly related to a skill, right? The rest of these are like skill related, like skinning, mining, harvesting, foraging. Gather type, wood cutting. Because like this is pretty specific to trees, right? What I mean, yeah, maybe I can keep it as chop because that's like the generic form of the term wood cutting, and I guess if I wanted to use it for other things, I don't know, you chop. What else would you chop down? We'll leave it as chop, I guess. You just need an axe for it. And item resource type wood is what we get from it. Okay, so I think I have everything in there tagged. The rest is just foliage. Okay. Okay, now that that's done, I can actually get my colonists to go over there and pick them up. And I can do collision traces for tags. Now, did I do no collision on those? What are the collision settings? Query only, no physics collision. That's probably correct. Yeah. So then I should be able to use the, well, no, I can't use the collision traces. I have to, I forgot about the whole serialization process that I need to do. I will do that after a quick break. So I will BRB. We're going to take the dogs out. Okay. I will be right back. And you guys can look at the pretty trees while I'm gone. Oh, let me turn the foliage back on now, too. There we go. For the trees. back. Okay. So I wanted to start working on... I need the serialization of the points. Now I created a node for this. Here it is. BP serialize. But I need to know what the points represent as they're being serialized. So just recapping, that's a bad one. That's a bad example. Where's the good example? Stuff around trees. Okay, so example, I'm serializing the points here with this node. I have it disabled for testing. And then whenever this graph reruns, it should only get the output points from it should only get the serialized points. They're about to pull in Nixia if you want to check it out. Are they still doing it? That was kind of an old message. Let me see. Let me see, who do we have on? Uzu?
Poke is top of threat.
Poke paid.
Whoever it's on,
Drop tremors, drop tremors.
Ah, ads.
Families laugh, families love.
Okay, we'll check on that in a sec. We'll see if OnlyFans wipes here. It looked like they were doing okay. I didn't get a good glimpse of how many people were left, though. But yeah, this node should save the points if there are none, the points that go in, and then it should output the saved points if there are some.
Nothing's died! Finish him! He's dead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, you guys died.
2 people dead.
No, I got work back. Savix died!
Huh? 2 people dead.
I got them all. I aggroed them. You're good. Kill them.
We actually had 2 fucking deaths.
God fucking.
Oh my god.
Everyone.
What's the
Everyone.
I got in right at the last moment.
Where's my sword? Where's my
Reboot.
sword?
Mary, you can't reboot. You fucked it up.
What'd they get? Hang on, what'd they get?
That was the weirdest.
They got the
Nixia I've
caster
ever done.
cloak. I saw that. They get any weapons?
Yeah, that was big. He didn't come down.
Nah. Nah, they didn't get anything good. No weapons.
Savix, you died!
You rerun Anixia. There's some one-handed weapons that are like really good off of Anixia. You can rerun Anixia for the head, of course, for the buff, and then for those weapons, because those warriors and rogues are fucking thirsty for one-handers. Okay. What are we doing? Yeah, here. And so I was thinking about creating a node that took in the static mesh spawner that kind of wrapped this node. But then I realized that, like, oh, I'm going to need to put different tags on each one. Now what do I need to do to, like, get this information serialized properly? I need to know if it's, like, forageable. Like, say I have a colonist task to go foraging. Now, every so often when he's walking, I need to check if there's any forageable items nearby. So I'll need to read the serialized points from disk. But I only need to read the forageable one. So if everything's on here, Can I override? No, I really can't. Well, I guess you can override anything through this one. Names must match perfectly. So I would have to, like, pass in... What would be the selector here? Because I would need to pass in these mesh entries is what would need to be changed. Allow descriptor changes. It's like the data coming out of this, it doesn't have like its tags or anything on it. Is there a way I can do that? That might be... Can I add tags to data or something? Nothing that's gonna help me here. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, there's nothing in there. And I've already looked at like extending this node, and it's not possible because they don't export certain things in the PCG module, which is quite unfortunate. Yeah, how the hell would I do this? Is there even a way for me to do this? I essentially need to read these tags. But I need to know that I'm serializing these things too. And I tried looking at overriding this node or like extending this node. I couldn't do it because there was a type within this like mesh selector. I think it might have been this type right here that wasn't exported, so I couldn't like extend from it. Is there a way I can make like a, I'm gonna do subgraph? And then in that subgraph would be these two nodes. But then on here, I guess I would add some override parameters, and it would be like this information. Let me create like a little graph here. Test serialize static mesh spawner. And then do I need to like, we're gonna like create parameters here. New property. Can I make these any type? What is this type? Hang on. Mesh entries. I forgot. I looked this up. PCG mesh selector waiting. And then where is mesh entries? There we go. This is what I need. An array of that. Apparently I can. Apparently I can. That is just a single entry though, so can I make this an array? Ooh, okay, sick. Nice. Boom. Now I need to make sure Names must match perfectly. Okay, so I may need to do some extra stuff there. If this works, that'll be amazing. So let me actually look at what that looks like in this graph now. Nice, and then I can put the mesh entries in here. Oh, they're doing MC now. Interesting. Might throw that up on my top screen here. Keep it muted though. Let's see, who should we watch? I got Sequisha, Guzu, Summit, Zaryu, Ampi. Is that, they had to have ran with Ampi, right? Maybe we'll just watch Soda. I'll watch Zaryu's Pav. Keep that muted in the background. If some shit starts to go down, we'll take a peek at it. Okay, so this visually looks like what I want. So I can copy here probably and then just paste. Nice. Nice. Okay. Then I guess I'll just need to make sure. What should be point data? Anixia bugged out and stayed flying longer than normal. Interesting. Did it actually? Did it actually? I've never seen that happen before. That's what Soda said. Like, why would that happen? I don't know. That seems unlikely, but maybe it was just a random bug. Okay. So now I guess we just need to make sure that this overrides works properly. I guess let's just like fucking run this and see what happens. Allowed types make it. Oh, and I am also, let's disable that node too while we're at it. This actually, did it work? Those mushrooms. Should maybe, they're kind of hidden by the grass. I should maybe save the mushroom points. Not spawn grass there. Did that just fucking work like first try? No joke. You're shitting me. I don't believe it. Something's not working here. What? That worked first try? No way. Those don't look like the right points. Those don't look like the right points. Oh, this is stuff. Okay, okay. Ignore me. These are the right points. That's fucking nuts that I nailed that first try. Okay, this is good. This is good. So now I can actually... Oh, I did it. Okay. I just guessed at what the name would be. Oh, but I copied. Oh, okay. Well, rip. Okay, that's why. That's why. I knew it was too good to be true. I knew it was too good to be true. Yep, no points. No points, right? 0. Okay. Knew it? I knew it. Names must match perfectly. Could I just have weight and display name here? Okay. Now where do we go from here? Because it's not working. Let me do this with trees. Excuse me. Let me do this with trees. So that I can actually see it when it works or doesn't work. Okay, there are no trees now. Okay, it is called mesh in trees. Force object and struct extraction. The property is a struct/object supported by metadata. This option can be toggled to force extracting all properties contained in this property. I don't think that's going to make a difference here. Let me add like a default cube. Okay, that one's still not showing up. Mesh selector. Okay, let's go back into the class here. Would it be mesh selector parameters? Mesh selector.mesh entries. Okay, it doesn't like the dots. Parameters, overrides. Let's just try it with creating an attribute. Okay, pause. Well, I guess I don't know. This can't really do arrays, can it? How do I override that? On the off chance someone on Google has done this. PCG override mesh entries on the static mesh spawner. What do they do? They're trying to do property to param data. When setting PCG parameter override with static mesh spawner entry, how can I replace the static mesh in a blueprint? Oh, this guy's like, I made a video to do this. I click on it, video not available anymore. Okay, yeah, that post was no help. Static mesh spawner override parameters. Okay. God, no responses. Exposing PCG static mesh spawner. Let me check this out. Is this what I want?
Graph was stored and double click to open it. On the right here under instance, we're going to add a parameter, and the type of this parameter is going to be a static mesh. So you can search here static mesh. It's going to 9 because parameter name, so get forest trees. And with this we now have access to that entire array, so all 10 static meshes that we added earlier. Previously when I demonstrated PCG, the static mesh spawner node knew what mesh to spawn because we'd added an entry and specified a static mesh in it. This time around we're going to use the PCG mesh selector by attribute. After you select this, the name here has to be exactly what you named your parameter, so in my case forest trees. Now if you force regen your PCG graph, you're going to get an error. It's going to say that the attribute forest trees is not in the metadata. To include the forest trees attribute in the metadata, we're going to use a match and set attributes node. I'm just going to move this a little lower, plug in our forest trees attribute to the match data, Alt and click to break this line and plug the out to the in over here.
That's just static meshes though.
PCG is picking one of 10 trees out of the array we set up and spawning it at all those points it's sampling on the surface of our landscape. To reduce the number of forest trees, or rather the amount of points that are being sampled, so in my case forest.
So let me look at that option. I think that's just like could I do it this way? What could I do with this? What else did he change in there? Oh god, I have too many windows open. There it is.
Trees. Now if you force regen your PCG graph,
So he didn't change anything.
knew what mesh to spawn because we'd added an entry and specified a static mesh in it. This time around we're going to use the PCG mesh selector by attribute. After you select this, the name here has to be exactly what you named your parameter, so in my case forest trees. Now if you force regen your PCG.
Okay, yeah, so he didn't actually fill out any of this. So, I mean, that would be great for, I suppose, spawning different static meshes with all the same settings. I mean, I could do this one by one, right? That kind of poopy though, because like I would have to like break this pin up into 4 different lines and do them one at a time when I don't really want that. I mean, there's got to be the right name that I can use to actually do this. Maybe this needs to not be an array. Does that change anything? What else can I do here? What else can I do? And then I can't even like... It has to be an array. Okay, pause regen. It has to be an array. maybe I can just look up PCG how to use overrides parameter. Hmm. If I look at like the data on here, it just has weight display name, and I guess it probably just doesn't show the other data. Being the descriptor, probably just doesn't show nested data like that. Although maybe I need to force object and struct extraction. No cube still, okay. What is target actor for here? Wait a second. Map an attribute directly to an ISM descriptor property value, which will be overridden and generated. Currently only enabled using select by attribute mesh selection. Static mesh component property overrides. By attribute material overrides, it's not going to help me. Attribute selectors? What is this? Defines the method of custom data packing for spawned instance static mesh components. Okay, yeah, I don't need that. Yeah, I don't know. I may need to go offline and figure this out. I just need to understand how to use the overrides parameter, really. So actor overrides. It's not the overrides parameter. Overrides attributes. Some settings are marked as PCG overridable in the C++ property metadata. Blueprint notes variables that are visible and instance editable are overridable. Tell me about, but what is the overrides? Hmm. It's like a game. Never mind. How come there's just no straightforward way on how to use that overrides pin? I said any exposed variables using PCG.
Wait.
You can actually modify the variables that are exposed on the actors and static meshes that you spawn in the world. Not only can you, but you can actually modify things you wouldn't normally be able to collapse active stationary. Go to this are so the input source can remain mobility, but parameters don't actually come from the source. It doesn't come from the spotlight. It comes from the component. If I select the component, you can see we have all of these same settings. So in fact, we need to get the information from the
Starting
spotlight
the MC
component.
poll right
so
now.
the input source can remain mobility, but in the property target, all you need to do is type in spotlight component dot mobility, and then
Input source and property target. So I did, where did I see something like that? Oh, right, it was up here. That's only supported using the attribute thing. Hmm. Data table row to attributes set. Yeah, I mean, maybe... Yeah, maybe I should be using data tables more here. Maybe rather I can just tag the data with like an ID for the item, and then I can look up these properties in a data table. But I would need some way to tag the data of each static mesh. I guess I could look up by static mesh. That would require static meshes to be unique. I guess the harder scenario is the stuff around trees, because each one in there has a different set of tags. I guess it does put the static mesh path string on there. I guess what I worry about there is, like, what if I want to reuse the same static mesh? But have a different item entry in the database. That's what I worry about. And I don't seem to be able to, like, apply anything on a per... Like, nothing that I put in here seems to be able to be applied to the data points, is what I would want. What else can I do here? I suppose I could... Well, what else could I do? I could, if I had a data table with all of these attributes, right, for each thing I wanted to spawn. I mean, that's what the that's what this is. PCG mesh selector by attribute. And then I suppose map an attribute directly to an ISM descriptor property, value which will be overridden when generated. Would be in here. So I suppose, like, if I stored the data correctly, then it would potentially work. Oh, that's such a pain in the ass to set up and find out if it works, though. Jack Coates, hello, welcome. What dis? This is me trying to figure out some things and not coming to a very good conclusion. This is the PCG graph specifically. Now, you believe in me. I appreciate that. You just came in here and you believe in me already. I'm gonna make you regret those words. Will regret that. So this is the graph normally before I started trying to mess with everything. Never mind. Yeah, so let's this is a good moment to back up and take a look at the big picture here. So big picture, I'm going to be spawning things that need to be grabbable by NPCs, right? That can be this rock, right? There are allegedly some mushrooms in here. There's one such mushroom. Not hard to see. There's some mushrooms. Now I want to be able to give my colonists a task to go forage. And for my game, I'm going to be hopefully simulating the whole world, whether or not the player is there. And so I can't rely on collision traces to find where these mushrooms are. Or if I sent them to go chop trees, I can't rely on collision traces to find where the trees are because they may not even exist in the game. They may be serialized to disk. And I have figured out how to serialize PCG points to disk. I have this nice serialized node to do that. So I can save all the points, and then the next time this graph runs, it can read from the serialized points rather than rerunning the whole graph. And it'll effectively recreate the whole scene with any removed points from it, right? Like, so when a colonist goes over here and picks up a mushroom, or when the player does, it will remove that point from the data set, and therefore when the game reloads, it won't be there. But I also need to be able to kind of like tag these points and say like, hey, this is something that can be foraged. This is something that can be chopped. This is something that can be mined. So that when I tell a colonist to go forage things, and then I run all the way to the other side of the world, the colonist can still figure out where the forageable things are. And in memory, I can move him along the nav mesh, which will be in memory as well. The terrain and these static meshes will not be. So I can just move him to the location where it would be, and I can remove it from the static mesh. Or not the static mesh, I can remove it from the instance static mesh, which is what the PCG spawns everything as. And we'll be good. So where I'm struggling with that is, how do I tag this data such that I can look it up later? So you aren't storing the forageable's XYZ coordinates. So everything you see in this chart right here is going to be serialized. Right? So that includes the position and everything. But I don't just need the position, because I'm going to have a ton of points. I'm going to have every single point for this grass too, but I don't need to know where the grass is. I only want to know where the mushrooms are, or the forageables. And I want to know if there's any within the colonist's radius to gather. And it does have the static mesh here, like after I spawn the static mesh, it is here. What node am I actually looking at? I'm looking at this one. Yeah, so it does add the static mesh as a string onto the data points. So if my static meshes were unique, I could rely on that. I could have a lookup table where I have, okay, the small rock is collectible. You don't need any skill for that. The medium boulder is mineable. You need to have the mining skill to do so. But if I ever wanted to reuse these with different tags, I wouldn't be able to. So I need to find some way to put tags onto this data. Now, what I was kind of planning on doing was in the mesh entries, I have a fern, small rock, medium boulder here, randomly placed. There are component tags here. And I was planning on just using this, and I have some enums in C++ here that relate to the different things that can be done and the different types. Like sometimes they just want to go search for food. So it might have a forageable food item, or it might have a harvestable food item. Maybe there are even some rocks that you can eat. You can mine some rocks for food. I need to know all that information because I need to know what to do with the colonist. But this information does not get put on the points. And so I was thinking about using a little wrapper here. Here's my serialized node. Here's my static mesh spawner. I was hoping to pass in the mesh entries here, and then I can potentially extract out those component tags and save them alongside this data, or alongside each point. I'll need to go through each point and be like, hey, this point is a mineable, this point is a forageable, this point is a skinnable, or whatever, you know. Skinnables probably won't be spawned via PCG, but you get the point. It would be a lot easier, like for the trees. This is stuff around trees. This is trees. So trees are all the same. I'm spawning 4 different meshes. They're all trees that are choppable for wood. So there would be 2 tags. 1 choppable, 2 wood. That's easy, right? I could just expose a parameter on the serialized node or on this wrapper node to be like, what tags? So you just want tag groups for all of your different enums. Not exactly, but kind of, yes. Yeah, I need every single point in here to have an array of tags. And that needs to somehow tie together with what each static mesh is. Why every point? Because every point could be different. Like in this data that we're looking at now, it could be a fern. Let me find a fern. See, there's a fern right there. Ferns do nothing, right? A fern, or it could be, it's mostly ferns, isn't it? The rocks are really small, but there's also small rock and there's also medium boulder. Small rock has a resource type. There's a medium boulder right there. Like you can't pick that up, right? You have to mine that to get the stone out of it. But then the small rock, where are the small rocks? There's one. They're like covered by the grass. The small rock, you can just pick that up and get some stone. So I need to know what every single point is without the point actually being rendered. So that means Colin says plus 20 strength, he's got this. Yeah, but then I need to, you know, maybe that's a mechanic. Hey, maybe if you're really strong, you can just fucking pick up a giant boulder. But I need to know that it's a giant boulder, and I don't. I mean, I kind of do. If I used unique static meshes, this is a case closed because I can just look up all that info based on the static mesh. But then I wouldn't be able to reuse those static meshes with different tags on them, which I would like to not have to shoehorn myself into. I'm not sure why I would do that. Would I ever do that? Let me think. So I'm not understanding why static meshes are hindering me. Can these things not exist without meshes? Yeah, so all these meshes are spawned from a point. That's what the PCG graphs are for, is they just come up with random points to create. Like, this is all just random points. and then all these different tracks or different logic for coming up with random points to spawn trees at. And then once my trees are spawned, I generate some stuff around the trees, which are rocks and ferns and stuff like that. Which is when you pass points into the static mesh spawner, you have this mesh entries, and it goes through each point. And for this grid, there are 392 points here. It goes through each point and it assigns a random static mesh to it. I need to know which one is which. Now I do have the static mesh string here. So I do, I do know. Oh, I didn't know I could click on that. That's crazy. So I know it's a boulder, and I could have a data table. So a tree gets a static mesh. Well, a point gets a static mesh that is a tree. That would be the order of operations there. And I could have a data table, and I could look up the static mesh in that data table and see if is this static mesh a mineable? Is it a forageable? Does it produce food? Does it produce wood? But that would require that data table to have unique static meshes in it. I don't know. UE4 lets me see what a static mesh is. So this is PCG. This is procedural content generation. So this is something entirely different from just placing. I didn't place any of these static meshes there. Like this whole graph runs and generates random points. Maybe this is a better way to demonstrate that. Right. Here are a bunch of points. Right. These are a bunch of points. See all these little cubes? Each of those is a point that is generated from this graph. It's in a grid, so some of them aren't rendered. And I apply spatial noise to them, and that's why they are different colors. So you can see how some of them are darker and lighter. When I apply a density filter to that, the dark and light is a representation of their density data, so each point has this number between 1 and 0 that defines how white or dark it is. So these ones over here are darker, and then these ones in the middle are lighter. This is spatial noise based on the Perlin noise procedural algorithm, generation algorithm. And then if I flip over to density filter, I have it set to 0.5. You can see it got rid of all the dark ones, which are all the ones that are in between 0 and 0.5. And so these are the points that are contenders for my trees. I put attribute noise on there, which is just like white noise, so it's all just random. I do another density filter on there to narrow down how many there are. I get rid of any duplicates and do a filter on that. These get harder and harder to see, but eventually we get to, here are all my trees. And then I pass those points into a static mesh spawner, which has an array. And you can see here which static mesh is here. And then this node takes each of the 392 points that are remaining from all these filters and noises, and it assigns a random mesh to it. So that's how like PCG works. Now, like I was saying before, my world is going to be simulated even when the player is not around. I have a procedural terrain as well. This isn't it. This is just a test level. This definitely ain't RimWorld. Yeah, RimWorld is a big inspiration of mine. But yeah, it'll be like a planning on being like an RPG RimWorld almost. And so the goal is to be able to simulate the world when the player is not there, and when the static meshes aren't even rendered. They're not even in memory. All these points, once they've been spawned, I need to save them so that when the game loads back up, I don't have to rerun this whole graph and do all this generation again. I can just read it from disk. And everything that gets put into this static mesh spawner is spawned as an instant static mesh. So whenever the colonist goes and chops down a tree, or he picks up a mushroom, it needs to remove an instance from that static mesh. I need to be able to save that has been removed. So I need to delete the point from the data, essentially. And then whenever I give my colonists tasks to go chop down trees, I need him to be able to find trees, even though they're not actually rendered in the world. They don't actually exist in the world. Static meshes aren't there, nothing is there. All I have is a data set full of points. I need to know information about each point. The only information I get is which static mesh it is, which is helpful, but I don't know if I want to rely on needing a unique static mesh, essentially. Because like I was saying, I could have a data table where the key of the data table is the static mesh string that we see here in this column. Small rock, medium boulder, fern. And then that will give me, you know, whether it's gatherable, mineable, whatever, if it's food, if it's stone. Dr. Elliott, hello. I suppose you need another column that stores tags of what it actually does. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Unfortunately, this isn't the kind of thing where you can just add a column. You have to do all these different nodes and operations to do that. And I don't have the information, really. And so I'm trying to figure out how to get that information. I was hoping to use this component tags and then pass in parameter overrides based on the information here. And then that gets passed into the static mesh spawner, and then I could extract some data out from this to put along with the save file or put into the data table or whatever. But yeah, trying to do those operations within the PCG graph is more difficult than just adding a column, unfortunately. Yeah, that's where I'm at now. Now, really, all I would put, if I put all this information in a data table, I don't have such a data table now, but maybe I should. It could just be like an ID, right? I could just tag each of these with an ID, but it would be kind of like duplicated information, right? That ID could have the static mesh on it, and potentially... Yeah, I guess that's what the... there's this mode of static mesh spawning where it's by attribute, so this is kind of what I was thinking of. If I made everything as a data table, there is a data table node, data table row, load data table. Pause the region here so we don't lag everything. I do have to like give it the data table attribute mapping. What is this? Oh, and you can, I guess you can change the columns to different attributes. So that's good. I need to know. I guess I can't just like... Yeah, I would need to pass in an array of data table rows, I guess. Can I do a for each in here? A loop. Executes the specified subgraph for each data on the loop pins. Okay, so... Oh man, where this gets difficult is like, there's a lot of parameters on here for like, you know, collision settings and lighting settings. And everything, mobility. All of this could be different. So all of that would need to be stored in the data table as well, potentially. And then I would need to map it, all of it, into this using the static mesh component properties, which is possible. That is a massive pain in the ass, though. And it would need to be looped. This would need to be looped for each. I guess we would need to like. See, I would need to pick a random one. Random choice. Or really, I need to loop through each mesh entry. And then in the subgraph, I would put the static mesh spawner and do this stuff in it. And then we would, the mesh entries would really just be, this would change into like a, this would be like a data tables. Like an array of data tables. Create that. An array of data table rows. Data table rows. Make that an array. Would I need to partition that? Okay, unpause for a sec so I can get some, just see what this data looks like. Yeah, I know. It's all messed up. Look here. Data table rows. Let me give it like a default something or other. Or character info. Why not? Okay, let's put another one in there. Okay, good. That did partition it, so now we can loop over it. So that's what would go in this loop graph. And then within the loop graph, let's create one real quick. ECG graph. What do we call this? Test. What's the goal of this graph? I'm just going to call it test real quick. Okay, so test. You take in attribute data. Data table row to attribute set, so then I can actually work with it. Do I need to like... I need to get the attribute. Maybe I can just put it in overrides. They're creating new property personality traits. They're not a blueprintable type. I mean, it is, okay, but you... Okay, so structs don't work. Structs don't work in... Okay. Do I have any other options in here? Force object and struct extraction? Does that help? I don't think that did anything. I do think I would want to store it as a struct in the data table, because otherwise I'm just going to have to like manually create a data table column for every single fucking option on the in this thing, which is way too fucking many. OnlyFang's about to do the first boss. Oh, look at that. Okay, so we have some data table information in here. And so for each one of these, this is where I would use the static mesh spawner. We need to set it to the attribute spawn by attribute thingo. And the output of this would be some points, right? Wouldn't it? Well, I don't exactly know yet. Don't really know yet what I'm gonna do here. And I guess I would have to map. I really wish I understood better how to use this overrides node, because then I may not even need to do this.
Whether you're a part-time power broker,
Back at this guy's video.
Use these mobility. We don't really full cube here. And one thing to note is if I search call in 5.5, I have instance start call distance and instance end call distance. But in previous versions, I don't have this. This is new in 5.5. So this method will work for this and with previous versions. So if I select our cubes here in the world and then go and select the instance static mesh in the dropdown, I can search for call. And here we can see we have the same call distance, instance start call distance, instance end call distance. So I'm going to right click on instance call distance and I'm going to copy internal name because we're going to need access to it.
Okay.
Then I'm going to right click and get call distance. And I'm going to add attribute from the parameter. Same thing as we did before. Call distance goes into attributes. In the add attributes, we plug it in right between the two nodes. And the output target, I'll go ahead and just name instance and call distance, the exact same as it would be in the other location. This is fine for me. And then in the static mesh spawner, right at the very top, we have the static mesh component property overrides. But you'll notice that it's grayed out. We don't have an option to select it. That's because we're still using it mesh selector weighted. We actually need to use it by attribute. Then we have access to this. This of course means that we can't specify the mesh that is spawned here. So what we can do instead is deselect it, add ourselves a new attribute. I'll go ahead and rename it to static mesh. I will change the type to static mesh object reference, just like so. And I'll go ahead and select the cube here. Then I'll drag this out, add another attribute here, plug it in right in between, grab ourselves our get static mesh, which is the variable we just created, plug that into attributes. And in this one, I'm going to change the instance and call distance to be mesh. That is our output target. And now here, it says attribute none is not in the metadata. That's fine. We can now swap it out for mesh, and it'll go ahead and spawn the mesh, which because we have specified the actual cube to spawn, we now get lots of cubes. But now we can actually modify this static mesh component property overrides. We can add a new input here. We can get this instance and call distance. We can copy that, plug that into the input source and into the property target. And because we're able to, we might as well do the same thing for mobility as we did before. I'll type in mobility and mobility because we already have it configured from before, right?
Can I copy? Let me see here. Okay, so I'm using the right name. But it doesn't want to override it. Yeah, so what I want is for this mesh entries to be overridden with this one. It doesn't seem to be what happens. All my trees are gonna disappear now, yeah. Grab a random tree. Yeah. I don't know that you can actually override that one. Attribute set containing multiple parameters to override names must match perfectly. Let's create a data table real quick just to test here. Oh, I guess yeah, I need a struct. Okay, let's create a struct, railway struct real quick here. What is this going to be? It's going to be like PCG data. What is this called? I'll just call this PCG spawner entry. Okay, so now I have some information here. Let's just put again just a random 3. And then data table rows. Oh, I need to actually make a... Oh, I just made that the default. Hang on, clear. How do I clear? There it is. Make a data table of that PCG data. Okay. PCG data. Okay, so let's add one in here. Now this one is where the tree goes. Tree, Scots Pine, why not? So data table rows now. Let's add a PCG, data table, and grab just the new row. And let's delete the other one. It's gonna be mad at me. Either the property type is not supported by PCG or attribute creation failed. Yeah, so I get... do attributes just not support structs? Okay, so what if delete? Well, let's try another one. Data table, and then make this from a PCG weighted something or other entry. I can't even create one from that. PCG weighted by category entry list type. Okay, so I have to wrap it in a different struct to use it. And there's nothing I can do to like extract that struct. I mean, I did the force object and struct extraction. This is an array. Look at the code for this node. Data table, get row struct. What are we doing in here? Guys, this is so hard to read at this point. It's so generic. I mean, I just have to assume, I guess, that it can't extract struct properties. Okay, so if that's not going to work, if I can't store structs on the data, which, I mean, storing a struct on the data makes sense, but I wish I could just extract that. I guess I could create my own node to do that. Let me think about this a little harder. So we come in here, we have all the data. I need to this is like essentially this node is for spawning static meshes and serializing them. So I was imagining some data table rows for these static meshes in question. I mean, I guess... I mean, I need properties exposed if I'm going to do that. I guess I'm thinking that the easiest thing to do at this point would just be to, either A, have unique static meshes, or B, only use spawn points, select a static mesh to spawn just ad hoc. It's not a very good way of explaining what I'm thinking, but essentially rather than doing something like this where I have 3 different meshes that all one static mesh spawner per mesh, essentially, and then I would have to split up these points differently. Before this, and put it into 3 different spawners. And then I would be able to use these spawn by attributes. I mean, there's gotta definitely be a way to do it. I could probably do it if I wrote my own nodes. Is that the move here?
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection.
Ads.
One that helps better their everyday.
I mean, could I make a static mesh spawner in C++ and use it? I don't actually know how to create a node in C++, though. I think I tried that once, and it seemed way more difficult than it needed to be. If I double click on this node, will it actually take me? Does it actually take me anywhere? It takes me to this class. So do I just need to extend UPCG settings? If I did that, if I was able to do that, getting a data table and mapping the struct to the properties would be a lot easier. And even looping, right? Okay, let's try to create a PCG settings and see what happens. Let me actually look at the PCG settings thing. Base class for settings as data in the PCG framework. So like, how does it become a node though? What is class group? Kernel value, get cooked kernel sort. God, there's so much on here. Are all of these necessary? I hope not. If that's the case, then yeah, this ain't gonna work. Okay, let's just try to create one. Class should be UPCG settings. What the hell is it? Bruh. Okay, just make it a U object. I'll type it in myself. PCG node test. Okay. So how, pray tell, do I define pins? Just gonna copy everything here. And then I guess it's just got some Soda almost died to a core hound. Yeah, they're past all the easy bosses now, I suppose. The next two could be considered easy by better groups, but we'll see. Okay, let's just like expose a data table array parameter. We want a T array of what is it? F data table row handle. Yeah. No clear category. I think maybe just blueprint read only is the only additional thing we need here. Oh no, they have one more easy boss left. I thought they were past this. Never mind. Still only 2 deaths though. I haven't been paying super close attention. Okay, let's just I guess let's rebuild that, see what happens. Don't know. There's probably some functions I need to override, or else it like just doesn't work. Oh, what about the PCG element? Maybe I need this create element thing as well. This seems to be like the underlying implementation though. Jesus, what have I done? Okay, and we're back. Test node. Yeah, it's not here. It ain't there. It ain't there. ECG node test. Get default node name. Template file path. Maybe someone has figured this out before. PCG create node C++. What do I need to do? I don't want to make a blueprint one. Would this be the worst thing to put in the blueprints? I guess not, although I don't know how to like run a node from blueprints. That's the problem, right? I'd have to come in here and like I could probably figure out how to do it with the static mesh spawner. Could I even figure out how to do that? That's the next question, I guess. I guess it just needs this like context and settings. UPCG setting. Okay, yeah, it needs like everything. Yeah, this seems like it would get pretty complicated. Even if I could get it to show up properly. Oh boy. What to do about this? What to do? What to do here about this? I need a way to associate a data table row ID or something to whatever is spawned from this static mesh spawner. What is category here? Yeah, I may need to check this out at a later point. It is getting time for my doggies to eat. I need to go feed them. And then I need to feed myself as well. This is a bit of a conundrum. I mean, worst case comes to worst, I could just do the manual stuff and put every single property that I would want to override in here, but that's just like, that's such pain. It is such pain. I guess I could create a node that goes like after the static mesh spawner. That would map the static mesh to the set of params or whatever, a data table. And it would say which and if I did that at like a local level, that would be enough to get me unique static meshes. It would just be kind of annoying. I would have to copy the static mesh path. And if I wanted to like swap out static meshes, it would be kind of annoying to have to go back in and update the next node as well. So if I like partitioned this by is that not how do you do that? String? Attribute string not found. Call it static mesh, and this would need to be attribute. Okay, so now each set is it in order? It's not in order. What is there a way to make that concept even any better? I mean, it would work and probably be the easiest at this point from an implementation perspective, but not from like a me using it in the future for other PCG graphs perspective. It would be nice to just have a node where I can set this information and not have to worry about it. We can partition it by the static mesh, and then I could assign the data table to it based on the static mesh. And so I could like... Would this be a blueprint node or a PCG node? I think I would make this the blueprint node. Hang on. Map attribute? Attribute remap? What does this do? I think a blueprint node would be easier to use. Yeah, I think a blueprint node would be easier to use here. PCG blueprint element, is that what I extend? I think that's what I extend. And so I need a ring. Map it to a data table row handle. Make it public. You can just write custom HLSL, that's awesome. I don't even know if I'd need to partition it at this point. Yeah, and then do that for each one. And then inside this node, execute with context. Yeah, probably you do something in here. Iterating over points here, though, is very slow. It would be very slow. But I really just need to like tag all. Tag. Get params, get inputs. Yeah, I'll have to look up exactly what to use there later. Tags. Yeah. Can I not just like tag the data? Only get. I want to modify. Yeah, I don't seem to be able to modify very well here. Oops. Something along those lines. And then that would, theoretically... that would be fine. And if I've already partitioned it coming in here, and if I can tag it all at once. Oh, can I do something with tags here? Add tags. Add tags. Yeah, there's no logic there. Yeah, I'll have to figure out off stream what I can do about that. That is going to be it for me today, I think. I'll send you guys on over to Mort. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out with me today. It was a good Saturday of game dev. Got my PCG graph all fixed up. We got some nice mushrooms spawned. Now I just need to figure out how to actually tag some of this data such that I can query it while it's not actually spawned. So yeah, maybe by the next time I see you guys, I'll have that done. But yeah, have a good day, everyone.